What is up, everybody? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. It is a Tuesday morning.
Good evening. More turmoil this evening in the Aliquippa Police Department. The assistant police chief has now been arrested on felony charges that he sent a lewd video to a teenage girl.
They discovered the video as part of the investigation into the murder of Rachel DelTondo. Andy Sheehan is live with more tonight. Andy.
Susan, Joseph Percival.
All right, so taking us back to 7 years ago, 2018, Rachel DelTondo's unsolved homicide. Rachel is murdered. Then, within a couple days to a couple weeks of the murder, shit in the Aliquippa Police Department go haywire. Literally, they put Lauren Watkins' father, who is Ken Watkins. Lauren was with Rachel that night. Lauren was the one that sent the text message that said, hey, why don't you go for a walk? Then Rachel shut up on the block. Then 9 times in the back, mind you. Then Ken Watkins, her dad, goes to the crime scene, allegedly is inside the crime scene tape. He's not working, and allegedly was, according to some witnesses, picking up shell casings. Regardless if you believe that portion of the story, the portion that I do believe 100% is that Ken Watkins was there at the crime scene after the tape was up and inside the yellow tape. Because of his involvement with his daughter being close friends with Rachel, I could see just not having him be on the case. No, they said, you know what, we're going to suspend you with leave. Here you go. You're on leave. You're going to get paid, and just don't show up to work anymore. What? Okay. Then a couple days later, they have a meeting. It's a board meeting. And then they determined that the acting chief couch, the couch that you sit on, he is going to be also taking leave. And then here it is, Joe Percival, who was the assistant police chief, was then promoted to become a chief. Within 2 days of Percival, local guy to Aliquippa, he becomes the chief. White dude, has had babies with black chicks. So it's actually, I think, a perfect fit for Aliquippa. Like, get the whole racial tension out of that town. Beaver County is known to be a racist area. And here it is. This is what happens 48 hours after Percival becomes the acting chief. He is really good friends with Ken Watkins and the Watkins family.
More turmoil this evening in the Aliquippa Police Department. The assistant police chief has now been arrested on felony charges that he sent a lewd video to a teenage girl.
They discovered
that teenage girl, she was technically out of high school. That teenage girl, though, was none other than Lauren Watkins. Lauren Watkins was in a 3-way text message. Okay, maybe even a 4-way. But in a group text message that Joe Percival had sent to Ken and Lauren's mom, Mrs. Watkins. Lauren was also part of that group chat. And it was somebody swinging on a swing like a meme and peeing while swinging. Okay. This is the meme that was sent. It was a person swinging in a chair, a girl, and she's peeing while she's swinging.
Video is part of the investigation into the murder of Rachel DelTondo. Andy Sheehan is live with more tonight. Andy.
Susan, Joseph Percival just became the acting chief in Aliquippa on Wednesday night, but now less than 2 days on the job, he's been arrested for corrupting a minor, throwing the department and the DelTondo murder investigation into disarray. Joseph Percival is the second Aliquippa police chief to lose his job in as many days, charged with corrupting a minor for sending a lewd video to a 17-year-old girl. And it just so happens that 17-year-old is Lauren Watkins, a central figure in the DelTondo murder investigation.
This video right here, this is of the night of Rachel's murder. So if you scroll back here, this is Lauren here.
Old is Lauren Watkins, a central figure in the DelTondo murder investigation, who was with DelTondo the night she was shot and killed. According to the criminal complaint, 3 days before the murder, Percival texted a video of a woman urinating on a swing.
3 days before the murder. Okay. Texted. What they're leaving out, though, is that this was a 3-way text conversation. And he didn't mean it to go to the three-way conversation. He meant it to just go to Ken Watkins, not Lauren, as well. Those are the words from Joe Percival. I spoke to Joe Percival personally. I think that he was railroaded, Joe was. They would have already had cellular devices looking through them and saw some stuff. And it was like a setup. When I say a setup, I mean, oh, here, we're going to make Percival acting chief. Okay. And then only to arrest him literally 2 days later. There was enough time that had went through. They were already in Lauren's phone, Lauren's mom's phone, their Facebooks. Okay. Rachel's stuff. And so if you want me to believe that they did not know that that existed prior to Joe Percival being promoted, then you think that I'm born yesterday. Don't fall for that shit. Okay. Also, if you have a district attorney at the time, District Lozier, who, again, it's my opinion, that if you're running an area, okay, and you have your own personal biases, then you taint that community. And so that is why I believe that Beaver County is, when I consider that a racist area, it's because of leadership. That does not mean that I think that everybody in Beaver County is racist, because I don't at all.
In a group text to Lauren Watkins, her father, Lieutenant Kenneth Watkins, and her mother, Stephanie. Stephanie replies, texting the word perv to Percival, and then, quote, "My daughter is too young to see this." Percival replies, SMH, shaking my head. She is 21. To which Mrs. Watkins replies, 17. Percival, and it's a girl taking a pee. Upon discovering the text and the video, Beaver County detectives notified Childline and issued this arrest warrant. Now the Aliquippa Police Department is again in disarray, leading to the question of whether they should be removed from the Rachel DelTondo murder investigation. Until now, Aliquippa...
Okay, so then what I was told during 2021 is that nobody would take on this case. So this is before the Aliquippa Police Department, during the Rachel DelTondo case, they were allowed to investigate any type of crime. Now, in 2020, when the Tyreek Pugh murder case is upon, Aliquippa can't even so much as do anything, okay? They have to literally call immediately for PSP to come to the scene, and they handle these investigations. But back in 2018, I believe that Andy Sheehan has this wrong, which is nobody would take the case on because Aliquippa effed it up so bad. Okay. Okay, this is back in 2018, the Rachel DelTondo murder case. When they say they effed it up so bad, like preserving the scene, interviewing people, preserving phone, things like that. But the Beaver County Detectives Unit didn't want anything to do with it, and the PSP, Pennsylvania State Police, didn't want anything to do with it. That's not what's being reported here, and my sources say that that's exactly what was going on.
Police have had the confidence of Beaver County District Attorney David Lozier, despite the calls of some for an outside agency like the state police to take over the investigation. Lozier wasn't available for comment today, but yesterday the city solicitor said the investigation involves many agencies and that Lozier is in charge.
He makes a determination as to how this case is going to be investigated and how he's going to take it to trial. So it's completely up to him.
And I was told that Rachel DelTondo's phone would be exposing a ton of shit because of what was on her cell phone. That this could never go to trial because of what was on Rachel DelTondo's cell phone. Also, there was plenty of people of interest in this case. One, which is, what is up, Karen? What is up, Karen? Karen, this firecracker over here. Cheers. Cheers, Karen.
Now, just yesterday, Percival himself was calling for the state police to take over the investigation and for Aliquippa to opt out. But now it's just not even clear who's in charge of the Aliquippa police and where this investigation is going. Reporting live downtown, Andy Sheehan.
Okay. So in order to understand the Rachel DelTondo case, you have to go actually before her murder and you have to go work your way back. And there was a ton of things happening, a ton of X factors is what I call them, is that there was stuff that was not normal in the everyday life of Rachel DelTondo leading up into her murder. And that would be problematic for anybody to prosecute a case like that when you have a lot of variables. But what they tried to do back right after Rachel was killed, they tried to put this all on star athlete Sheldon Jeter Jr., that he killed Rachel, okay, in 2018. Now do your math, go all the way back to 2018. Sheldon Jeter Jr. right now is 27 years old. 27. Sheldon has been in jail since 2020 when he was arrested on May 16th, 2020 for the murder of a family friend, Tyreek Pugh. That would have been 2 years after the murder of Rachel DelTondo. I'm reintroducing everything with Sheldon's case because I have been fighting for Sheldon's freedom since 2021. I believe that I can prove that Sheldon Jeter Jr. is innocent, factually innocent, but more importantly, that he was framed. It was a design frame to get him on a murder so that then they could go back and then charge him with the Rachel DelTondo case. They needed to clear up the Rachel DelTondo case. I work exclusively with Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s family. All the 48 Hours episodes that are out there on the Rachel DelTondo case. I think 2020 did something. I don't know if Dateline did it, specifically, but it was little clips and stuff like that. Nobody ever took the time, okay, to get the other side of the story, which is Sheldon's side, which is Sheldon's family's side, okay? And that could be because of two reasons, all right? Who's going to talk to somebody that they don't trust? I know I wouldn't talk to somebody if I didn't trust them, right? I'm not going to let you, portray me as some crazy person or so. But if you go back and you watch all the stories pertaining to the murder of Rachel DelTondo, it's all one-sided. Everything is one-sided. And I wanted to change that. So in 2021, I began digging and really looking into how everything went down with the murder of Rachel. But I had such a small window of time because Sheldon, we're going to bring in Hector here. Sheldon was brought up on murder charges immediately after the murder of Tyreek Pugh. And so what I'm going to show you guys, since 2022, a lot of you guys have been with me with the Idaho 4 case. Idaho 4 case bled into Pennsylvania because Brian Koberger lived in Pennsylvania, was from Pennsylvania. So we got a nice little look at how Pennsylvania operates, PSP. The Pennsylvania State Police Department is who worked with Idaho State Police, also the FBI, okay? And I think this case deserves the FBI. I think the FBI needs to take over because of the layers of what Alcoa Police Department did and what Pennsylvania State Police Department did. And you bring in the feds and they're going to be like, yeah, what's up? Because this is straight up corruption. So since the Brian Koberger case, a lot of people have tuned into this channel because we'll go and get the documents. We'll show the documents. And most importantly, we're going to show what it is versus the mainstream narrative, the mainstream media narrative. So unlike Sheldon Jeter Jr., Brian Koberger had a competent defense team. He had 25 experts. Brian Koberger was not arrested for 6 to 7 weeks after the crimes. Sheldon Jeter Jr. was arrested within hours. There was no investigation, like literally Tyreek Pugh was killed and murdered between the time of 11:10 p.m. and midnight on 5:15. Sheldon Jeter Jr. was arrested on 5:16 at like 5 or 6 p.m. So I'm going to break all of this down to show you how and why I believe that Sheldon needs our advocacy, because Sheldon is back in the courtroom on September 30th of this month, literally in 20 days. 20 days. I want to round up troops that say that they come on YouTube and they fight for factually wrong people that have been accused of something, then they're convicted of something that they did not do. If anybody deserves advocacy in that department, it is Sheldon Jeter Jr. Okay. At the very least, Sheldon did not get a fair trial at all. And it starts with his lawyers who were not public defenders, his lawyers who were paid, his lawyers who did not go and ask for one piece of discovery. How's that possible when I'm about to show you the reports that were given to them in this one discovery dump? Something similar. Brian Kober's team asked for a 6-month, hey, let's have the preliminary hearing 6 months later. Guess what happened in Sheldon's case? You're going to see that Sheldon and the district attorney, they agreed to have Sheldon's preliminary hearing not within the allowed amount of days, but they pushed it back, and it was like anywhere between an extra couple weeks to a month, which all that does is you're giving time for the state to get their ducks in a row. Sheldon was literally arrested on the 16th with no evidence against him. He's always maintained his innocence. He has never once said that he killed anybody ever, not once. And they offered him ways out to do that. So we're going to bring it on over here to Hector, because if you want to talk about a whodunit case, and you want to talk about this is straight out of a movie, this case is that. This is that case.
And KDKA TV News.
Okay, so
Good evening. More.
fast forward to here we go, just so you can see what's coming up. This is Sheldon's ruling, because he put in he is still within his first direct appeal. Okay, so Sheldon hasn't even, and it's taken this long just to get this part of it heard, which is in 2021. I was there for Sheldon's trial, and I noticed one of the jurors. Then I heard family talking. Come to find out, I was like, wait, you guys know that juror? What do you mean you know that juror? What do you mean that juror is Rachel DelTondo's neighbor? What do you mean she's married to one of Sheldon's, distant relatives, like a second cousin? I'm like, hold on. This cannot. Like, during voir dire, what did y'all do? And it was according to the lawyers, it was a strategy to not mention the DelTondo murder case to any of these potential jurors. What? What do you mean not mention it? Yeah, and to hope that they don't know about it. What? That is what you call ineffective assistance of counsel. So you start making a list. So those of you guys are going to be following my show here with this and everything that we break down for the next 20 days, in your left-hand column, which is what took place, okay, the first thing is that during the voir dire of Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s trial of the murder of Tyreek Pugh, these attorneys all literally sat around a round table and said to themselves, we're not going to mention Rachel DelTondo's name. We're not going to ask these people, hey, have you ever heard of Rachel DelTondo? This is the biggest murder case that Beaver County has ever had, Pennsylvania has ever had. It is on national news, the murder of beautiful teacher Rachel DelTondo on Mother's Day, getting shot and killed in her parents' driveway on Mother's Day at 10:30 at night. Was all across like the news nations of the world, okay? They say, we're not going to ask any of these people if they know who Rachel DelTondo was, if they live by her, if they're related to her, we're not going to mention her name. Guess who was one of the persons of interests in that case? Sheldon Jeter Jr. Even though they got search warrants for his house, his clothes, his Xbox, PlayStation, all that crap, went through his Facebook, phone, you name it. Okay, nothing. They could not arrest this young man. Not only was he a person of interest in her murder, the police and her ex-fiance, who basically is the mafia, for lack of better words. They call him the Wolf of Aliquippa. Okay, like bizarre, I know. We're going to come back to that though. Now, almost 2 years to the date, there'd be another murder in Aliquippa. Now, this time in 2020, because all of the fallout from the Rachel DelTondo case, the Aliquippa Police Department, they are not allowed to investigate. They have to call in the Pennsylvania State Police immediately. Okay, and it matters for what we're going to talk about with this case. So, I was able to get pictures on a public walkway, a public street, videos of juror number 3, who literally was the neighbor of Rachel DelTondo. Her husband saw the body of Rachel DelTondo that night. Okay. So here we go. This is how the trial court summarized the evidence presented during Sheldon's trial. So on the evening of May 15th, 2020, when you see the word appellant, that is Sheldon Jeter Jr. because he was appealing this. Okay. So on the evening of May 15th, 2020, Sheldon Jeter Jr., Tyreek Pugh, who will be named the victim hereinafter, and then Sheldon's grandfather, Emmanuel Moreland, and they call him Pap. Okay, so if you ever hear me say that, that's what they call Emmanuel Moreland, is Sheldon's grandfather, who had just suffered a stroke prior to May 15th. Okay, he's a pastor. Then his kids became pastors. Okay, their family. You're going to hear about that. So, and then Uncle Michael Moreland, who you're going to see in these reports, parentheses, Bear, B-E-A-R, Bear. That is Sheldon Jr.'s uncle. That is Emmanuel Moreland's son. Okay. So here we go. So on May 15th, 2020, there's surveillance footage, which is across the street at Sheldon's aunt's house. They live on Orchard Street. A bunch of family members live on the same street. So they set up motion activated cameras after the Rachel DelTondo murders because people were messing with Sheldon. And when I say people were messing with him, the police were messing with him. And so their house sits right across the street of 127 Orchard Street. She's on the opposite side. And they had these cameras installed. So when they're saying surveillance footage showed the group leaving now the parking lot in a Traverse, that would be what Sheldon was driving that night. And now the parking lot they're talking about is they went to get ice cream at Brewster's. And so at 9:16 p.m., you see this Traverse leaving. What they don't talk about is what time the Traverse actually got there for the ice cream, which matters in terms of when you want to break down Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s steps, his Apple Health data. Sheldon had an iPhone. Sheldon had his locations on. Sheldon was not hiding anything, and he most certainly was being tracked in terms of going up your flights of stairs. Same thing with the Karen Reed case. When we're talking about the phones that were examined, John's phone and the health data that was used in that trial, none of that was used in Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s trial. So it matters to show what actually time that they arrived at Brewster's, so that you can see how the Apple Health data would work in terms of when it's starting and stopping, counting your steps. And just because you got into a car doesn't mean that your steps would stop necessarily in terms of well, we're gonna get into all of it. But you guys kind of know where I'm headed with this. I've taken stuff from the Karen Reed trial. I've taken stuff from the Idaho 4 case that's been out in the documents. I've taken stuff from Alec Murdaugh's case and have used it when I'm going to correlate and explain things in Sheldon's case, that you can't have it both ways. There's no way that the same would not, it has to hold true for these applications for Sheldon if they're going to be testified to in other cases. That's that type of way. Okay, that's when people go and they say, hey, I want this person to be my expert witness who can talk about my device the same way that they talked about a device in that case, to show and to help prove my innocence. Okay, so they all leave Brewster's at 9:16. They're then able to see that at 9:45, the Traverse arrives back at Sheldon's grandfather's house where he lives. Okay. And they talk about it as shown by the motion activated camera system across the street. They got back into the Traverse at 10:10, and who they're saying is getting back into the Traverse at 10:10 is Sheldon and Tyreek Pugh. They then drive to Carlisha Williams' house at 121 Jones Street. Okay. Again, this is in a Superior Court opinion. This is where I'm getting this. This is straight from Sheldon's case, his docket. I'll make this bigger. Carlisha Williams is Bear's daughter, so it's Sheldon's cousin. In the Plan 6 area of Aliquippa to deliver a gout pill for Miss Williams' stepfather. At 10:34 p.m., appellant, which is Jeter, and the victim returned to 127 Orchard Street. Now, in between 10:10 and 10:34, we are also able to get surveillance camera from the Dollar General, which is right there on the corner of Main Street and heading up to go to Carlisha's house. And something that's interesting, and you're going to hear me talk about down in the future, is that when they're leaving at 10:10, they should be on that Dollar General camera by 10:12 at the latest. It takes a minute and 30 seconds. There's no stoplights. There's no stop signs. Okay. He's not on that Dollar General camera until 10:19, which he went somewhere beforehand, or it's not his vehicle. Neither were argued by the defense in that trial. They went to deliver a gout pill. Okay. This is now, remember, during COVID. Carlisha's stepfather was out of medication. And so, hey, can you think Sheldon has gout medicine? No. Okay. His family, his grandfather and his uncle. And since Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s grandfather just had a stroke, everybody is helping take care of Pap. Okay. And so he's an older gentleman. But if anybody knows anything about someone having a stroke, like, you're not just like back and with it immediately. It's not how that works. So They then get back to Sheldon's house at 10:34, and they get that off of the motion camera from his aunt across the street. Then at 11:10 p.m., Sheldon and the victim again get into the Traverse, which Sheldon again drove towards Miss Williams's house to deliver another gout pill. This is where, in my investigation, Sheldon was never on the phone with anybody between the time that he gets back at 10:34, okay, and to the time that he leaves here at 11:10. And the reason that he goes back up the hill to deliver another gout pill is because somebody told him that either A, it was the wrong medication, or you needed to bring more than just one pill. Either way, you can prove that Sheldon was told this not via the phone, not via an app, not via a text message. So who told Sheldon to go back up on top of that hill for that second time? It matters in this case. Sheldon just didn't just drive up there himself. He thought that he did what he was supposed to do. Next, at 11:10, when they leave then to go drop off this gout pill, surveillance footage shows the Traverse traveling towards Miss Williams's house at 11:18 and 19. Where they're getting that time is now they're putting in the Dollar General camera. Okay. And now I'm telling you, it only takes 1.5 minutes to get there. I've done it. I've recorded myself. I have video of it. And that's when I was like, wait a second. Where did Sheldon go before this? Or it's not Sheldon's vehicle. It's that simple. Again, it was not argued at court. And again, he was turning from, then on the way back, that same camera catches him at 11. You can see it right here. So after he goes up the hill, and it takes you about 2.5 minutes to get to park your vehicle to where Carlich's house is from there. And so what we're saying here is, again, turning from Cochran Street, the extension of Keel Street, onto Franklin Avenue, in the direction of 127 Orchard Street. This all happens at the opposite end of the hill, on the opposite end of, and this would be him leaving Carlich's and getting all the way down to the bottom of the hill, which takes a good 3.5 minutes. I've done it. And then he's back at home at 11:39 because of the camera footage at and on his street from his aunt's. Okay. Nowhere do you see anywhere in here them talking about health data. This is what health data looks like. Like they would show in using Instagram. Everything was Sheldon's phone. Received a call, received a text. But down here, you start getting into taking steps when you're walking. Steps, 134 steps during this time frame to this time frame. Okay. Flight of stairs, things like that. None of that stuff was referenced because none of that stuff was brought up in court. Okay. So the next point, at 11:39 p.m., Beaver County 911 Center received a call from Joseph Richardson, who reported that there was an unresponsive male on the ground who was bleeding from his head and ears. The 911 center used the location of Mr. Richardson's phone to get his location, which was the sharp bend on Keel Street in Aliquippa. Now, the part that's missing there, okay, and I say right here, I say, well, the 911 trace locate has the 911 caller Joseph Richardson at 1140 Harmony, Baden, Pennsylvania, which is It's a 14-minute drive away, 6 or 7 miles. And what it does is something from the Delphi case. Over here, Harmony, and it would take you 13 minutes to 14 minutes. It's 7.2 miles. Okay, now these are the parts that we need to understand about the 911 caller. This is during the mix of COVID. Joseph Richardson said that he worked a double for American Airlines that day and did not check out of work until 11 or 11:15. Clock in, clock out. Did the police ever go and get his time card? Did they ever talk to American Airlines and see if, in fact, Joseph Richardson was working that day? No, they did not. Okay. Also, he worked at the Pittsburgh National Airport. So you need to know where that is on a map compared to where Harmony Road in Baden, Pennsylvania is. Was this argued in court? No, it was not. As you can see right here, location saved, locate, call. See that? This is straight from the CAD, straight from Discovery. And right here, 1140 Harmony Road, Baden. 1141 in 2 seconds. Okay. What this does is this trace locates you. Okay. It gives you your coordinates. Okay. Your latitude and your longitude. And then what's interesting about it is it's something like the Delphi case. With Libby's phone, it originated at the high school and then all of a sudden showed up within a second or two, put them then by the bridge. Okay, this is exactly what happened in the Delphi case. Because then on the next page of the CAD notes, you will see a new coordinate. But it's all literally being tracked in the same time period, 1141 in 2 seconds. And so when you type in these two different coordinates, you're going to get a coordinate here, which is your 1140 Harmony Road, which is where the call originated. But then within the same time period, they're saying that poof, he's in the sharp bend on Keel Street. But if you go and you actually listen to the 911 call itself, Joseph Richardson, he lives on Jones Street. He is Carlisha Williams's neighbor, four houses down on the left-hand side. So he was driving home and he comes across the body and he calls 911. Now, if your phone, for example, from what I've been told, is that your last known location when you were using your device in that capacity could put you where you were. Because I said, well, why would 1140 Harmony even come up? Like, how does that even happen? Even if it was just for a split second or two. And that's what you get paid. That's what the experts get paid for. Okay. But was this even talked about remotely at trial? No, none of it. And the reason it matters is because the 911 caller is saying that this person, Tyreek Pugh, was hit by a car. Tyreek Pugh had 6 gunshot wounds in his head at all different angles in his face. You would never be standing over the body of Tyreek Pugh and say that he was hit by a car. You would know that he was hit and shot by a gun. Okay. So, again, this is according to this opinion here at 11:39. The Beaver County 911 Center received a call from Joseph Richardson, who reported that there was an unresponsive male on the ground who was bleeding from his head and ears. The 911 Center used the location of Mr. Richardson's phone to get his location, which was the sharp bend on Keel Street in Aliquippa. But I just showed you guys that a competent attorney would be showing, no, the trace locate was Harmony Road. Okay, so I highlight that. Aliquippa police were dispatched at 11:41. And Alcoa Police, if you know anything about this area, the cops ain't coming anytime soon. Okay? Let's just tell you that, okay? Here, in this case, Alcoa Police were dispatched at 11:41 and they arrived at 11:42. Right here, the male says there's a male down on the road, appears to have been struck by a vehicle, unresponsive, severe bleeding from the ears, in the sharp bend on Keel Street. The 911 caller didn't know the name of the street, though. So 11:41 and 22 seconds as this is being wrote in. This is the continued CAD. Now, at 11:43 and 58 seconds per Alcoa Police, they are saying that it was a DOA, dead on arrival. 11:43 and 58 seconds. Do we see that? Okay. And then 11:40 on the money saying we're requesting PSP. 11:45 and 15 seconds, PSP Beaver notified. Troop D would be sent out. Now, before Troop D was sent out, this is who was sent and dispatched by Aliquippa Police Department. Right here. Officers. Trello, he's 508. Alex Bitts, he's 509. John Lane. Joseph Venturo. You see those? Do you guys see the name Andrew Galletti anywhere on there? The answer is no, you don't. Okay. Again, do you see Andrew Galletti anywhere there? No. It's really important. Now, the victim had multiple gunshot wounds to his head, including the ear and the forehead between the eyes. The victim's body was lying face up in a pool of blood in the road. Several of the victim's belongings were on and around his body, including a wallet that was on him, cash. There was some cash in the wallet, and then there was some cash, I believe, even in his pocket, a credit card, which I believe they mean to say a debit card, a receipt from Brewster's, and then a package of cigarillos and a cell phone and cell phone charger. Also around the victim's body were 7 discharge cartridge cases, 4 Federal and 3 Winchester. This matters. Okay. A subsequent autopsy of the victim found 6 bullet wounds from different angles. Now, I believe it was a staged crime scene with four bullets being planted in a certain area, as you will see, because I will show you guys those pictures, and then 3 that were of the same brand in a different area. And then you guys can be the judge of if you think a body was laying there, drugged there, placed there. But we'll leave it to the professionals because there was no expert witness to testify to anything that was done at that scene. The preservation of it, any samples, nothing. Sheldon did not have any expert witnesses in this case. None. But there's these different angles for the penetrating wounds in his left lateral chest, left cheek, left ear, left temporal scalp, left frontal scalp, and the center of his forehead. Yes, like right between his eyes. and a grazing wound in his left wrist. The Beaver County Coroner's Office concluded that the victim died as a result of the gunshot wounds to his head and chest. Police identified the victim based on a Pennsylvania identification card in his wallet, which had an address, and this is important, which had an address of 127 Orchard Street. Based on the address on the identification card, Trooper Broader, Corporal Miller, Trooper Warner, and Trooper McGeary went to 127 Orchard Street. Okay. They said that they went there to provide a death notice. But what this is leaving off the ticket right here is you have to add in 4 more people. Andrew Galletti, Alex Bitts, Max DeLuca, and there's one more. It'll come to me. Now, think about the case with Idaho 4. And Steve Gonsalves comes out and he's like, you guys need to figure something out better to like get your death notices, you know, us waiting and not being told what's going on type of thing. Okay. They sent one per, it's normal to have one or just 2 people go to give a death notice. You do not show up with 7 to 8 troopers / local police deep. Okay. At 3:30 in the morning to give a death notice. That is unheard of. Unheard of. Right here. Next. Shortly after 3 a.m. is when they said that they got there. Well, the crime scene log has none of these gentlemen leaving the area and leaving the crime scene, because the crime scene, they have a crime scene log where you somebody writes your name when you're inside the tape and then when you leave the tape. These gentlemen are not exiting the crime scene at Keel Street until 3:32 a.m. And it matters. I'm going to tell you why it matters. It matters because Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s health data begins to move, meaning he starts taking steps with his phone at 3:36 a.m. 3:36 a.m. and some change. Why does this matter? Well, it's a 4-minute drive to get from at 3:32 if you were to leave the scene on Keel Street and you were to drive to Orchard and you just took a direct straight down Franklin, made your right onto Orchard, you're there in 4 minutes. Okay, you could potentially even make it in 3. There's only one light. And if you don't catch it, you just whoop. And Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s health data literally starts moving at 3:36 and 17 seconds. He takes 16 steps from 3:36 and 17 seconds to 3:36 and 30 seconds. Now, it's going to matter when you see that they say that they have an interview with Sheldon that's not recorded, and they have an interview with his grandfather that's not recorded, and the stuff that they write in this report is absolutely unbelievable. Okay. So here, they say Trooper Broader went, Corporal Miller, Warner, and Trooper McGeary. And now I have proof because I have the discovery and I'm able to put at least 3 or 4 other people there. Okay. Based on the report that says, Andrew Galletti calls Bits and says, hey, we're here at the house and there's 2 individuals inside. You know, you guys come here. And so Broader, Miller, Bits, they all stroll up there. Max DeLuca, and these people are already there. Okay. And I'm like, Andrew Galetti wasn't even working that night. Andrew Galetti is at the crime scene, literally the same timestamp as Alex Bitts. In what vehicle? Your personal vehicle? Well, we have surveillance camera all around there, Andrew Galetti. What vehicle were you driving that night? Because we have a vehicle that matches the description of a vehicle that's part of your household 4 minutes before the shooting. Just saying. Was any of that brought up in court? No. Now, at this house where Sheldon lives, they're saying that we spoke with Emmanuel Moreland and Jeter. They were both at the residence, but here Moreland says, yeah, you guys can just come into the living room. And this was shortly after 3 a.m. on May 16th, with his grandfather present, and that they were all just, here we go. He said that Emmanuel Moreland, Michael Moreland, they're saying that they talked to Jeter and interviewed Jeter right a little bit after 3 o'clock. You guys, Sheldon's health data shows his first movement is at 3:36. Okay. It also shows that those gentlemen did not leave to get over to the house until 3:32, that they signed themselves out of the crime scene. Okay. So none of this, in my opinion, could have taken place before 3:36 off the mere fact of when Sheldon was woken up. Okay. This is from Trooper McGeary's report. This is what I love about PSP. They'll tell you who assigned you to go do this. So Corporal Michael Miller assigned to do this. On Saturday, May 16th, 2020, at approximately 3, Trooper Max DeLuca, Officer Alex Bix, and I attempted to make contact with possible associates of Pew. We were met with negative results. We're going to talk about that. While attempting to make contact with possible associates, Aliquippa police officer Bitts received a phone call from Officer Galetti, advising he and PSP were at the last known residence of Pew, 127 Orchard Street. Okay, so this is how I was putting everything together. You could see where it's all coming from. Officer Galetti told Officer Bitts there are 2 residents in the 127 address. And troopers are speaking with one of the residents. You see that? One, not both. It matters. Because here, yeah, you're damn right. You couldn't have been speaking to Sheldon because he was upstairs sleeping and does not move himself when he grabs his phone at 3:36 and 17 seconds to begin taking 16 total steps over a course of 15 seconds and goes and sits down on the couch when he comes from being upstairs. We'll come back to this. According to how this was summarized, the evidence, it was that he said that Sheldon is saying that he and his grandfather and his uncle and the victim, that they had gone to Brewster's and that they had returned to the residence. And I'm over here thinking, wait a second, I thought they went there to give a death notice. How does this all start to happen? That we're questioning anything, right? So we're going to go away from this. And this is what it says in the report. We responded to 127 Orchard Street. Trooper Warner and Trooper Bronner were already at the residence, not inside, but at the residence, and advised Corporal Miller and I that the resident, Emmanuel Moreland, Sheldon Jeter Jr., were with Pew on the night of this incident. Yes, because they got that from Emmanuel Moreland standing on the deck, on the patio. And according to Moreland, Jeter dropped Pew off in Plan 6 earlier in the night. Boom, right there. Jeter dropped off Pew in Plan 6 earlier in the night. Nowhere does it say that he walked away from that house on foot to go to work. While walking up to 127 Orchard Street, Officer Alex Bitts advised to me that the Chevy Traverse sitting in the driveway resembled the Chevy Traverse he and Corporal Miller observed on video surveillance from two cousins. So you have to back up. And now, during the course from midnight until 3:32 a.m., even though there's no evidence of this, Alex Bitts and Corporal Miller say that they walked to two cousins' convenience store, which is on the corner of Franklin and Keel Street. Well, Cochran becomes Keel. And at 1:30 a.m., they were able to just waltz in there when it was closed without calling anybody and without meeting with anybody. And they were able to just sit down, have some coffee, and start writing down vehicles that were coming and going off of the side street. And that from this, I mean, Two Cousins is closed at midnight. It's all chained up. It's also COVID, so it could have been even closed, before then. They were writing down vehicles that were coming and going from a surveillance camera. And that Alex Bitts was like, oh my God, that's the Traverse that we saw on that camera. Well, get this. There's no evidence of them ever going into Two Cousins. So how would you have ever seen any of the vehicles that would have been coming and going from that area during that time frame if you were never inside the store to then do that type of work with surveillance? And that takes time. That doesn't just take 10 minutes to sit there and write up 15, 16 cars. Okay. Also, as you can see, this report was written on 6/15/2020, a month after the arrest. Okay. Now, the Traverse was noted to be on Cochran Street and Franklin Avenue via surveillance video at approximately 11:36 hours. How do you even know that surveillance camera is accurate in the timestamps? This would never happen like this. They never went to Two Cousins, but yet there would be a Traverse at the time that they are saying that there would have been. And it's like, well, how did they know that? It should be noted that Cochran Street connects with Keel Street and would place you on Franklin Avenue if you were traveling down Keel Street from Plan 6. On Saturday, May 16th, 2020, at approximately 3:15 in the morning, Corporal Miller and I approached the residence and walked, this is McGeary and Miller, walked onto the porch of 127 Orchard Street. Emmanuel Moreland, a resident, he was awake and allowed us into the residence to further speak with him. When Sheldon came down the stairs, he was dressed in a dark colored pair of shorts, no shirt, and dark sandals. Corporal Miller and I engaged Jeter and Emmanuel Moreland in conversation about their interaction with Pugh. What? Do you see how they were able to, because of what Alex Bitts is saying, that, oh my God, that's the Traverse that we saw when we were doing this really quick at Two Cousins, which never fucking happened. We then engaged them in conversation. I thought you were going there to say, hey, does so-and-so live here? I'm here for a death notice and I'm really sorry to blah, 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 No, that doesn't happen. So let's look at the Sheldon's. I want you guys to take a look at this. This is just an easier way for me to show you guys stuff. Okay, right down here at 3:36 and 17 seconds to 3:36 in the morning and 30 seconds. This is the first movement of Sheldon. And when you ever go down the stairs, your Apple is not going to recognize it as a flight of stairs. It's when you elevate, okay? So he takes 16 total steps during this period of time, okay? Then at 3:39 and 10 seconds, he will call his uncle. So that means from the time that Sheldon starts moving and getting out of his room, which is upstairs at 3:36, to the time that he calls his uncle, Bear, is literally less than 3 minutes. It's actually 2 minutes and I think like 30 seconds. Yeah. And then immediately 14 seconds later, his uncle calls him right back. So he called, nobody answered it. And then he calls him back within 14 seconds. Okay. Now, this is what they want. This is what was not argued at trial and what needs to be argued is they want you to believe that in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, this is what happened. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Jeter was struggling to have a conversation with us and would not make sense with his comments. Jeter was specifically asked, who is Pugh's family in the area that we could speak with? Jeter stated that he did not know any family in the area except for a girl on the hill that Pugh talked to. Jeter and Moreland took responsibility of being Pugh's family and advised that they are the closest thing to family Pugh has in the area. We questioned them on who the girl on the hill is, but we struggled to get clear information out of both Jeter and Moreland. Jeter was asked if Pugh lives at this residence, and Jeter said no, he pops in and out unannounced. Jeter was requested to take us through the evening with Pugh, and Jeter stated that him, Bear, Pugh, and Emmanuel went to get ice cream earlier at Brewster's. After they came back to the house, Pugh walked away from the house to go to work. Jeter was questioned again on who the female Pugh knows on the hill is. Jeter said her name is Carlicia, but he does not know her last name or phone number. Jeter maintained he knows how to get to Carlicia's house, but does not know the address. Through further conversation with Jeter, Jeter advised that he drove Pugh up the hill just before dark. Again, 3 minutes unrecorded conversation. They're saying that this all took place. While in the car, Pugh was saying things that did not make sense. Pugh told Jeter earlier that he lost his job. While in the car, Pugh told Jeter he was going to walk to work. This did not make sense to Jeter due to Pugh just saying he lost his job. Jeter was questioned with what up the hill meant. Jeter was asked to explain the route he took to get up the hill. Why are you asking him about routes? Did even that happen? Remember, this is all not recorded and said to have happened in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Jeter explained he drove down Franklin Avenue and turned up by Dollar General to go up to the hill. This meant to troopers the Plan 6 area of Aliquippa. This route would take you to Highland Avenue, which is a hill that takes you up to Plan 6. Jeter again explained that Pugh was acting very strange in the car and not making any sense. Pugh said he wanted to walk to work, so Jeter let him walk to work. Jeter then drove home. If Jeter is saying that he drove home, then he would have let him leave from up on the hill, Plan 6, right? Jeter then drove home. This was the last time Jeter saw or spoke with Pugh. Jeter was questioned about the inconsistencies in Pugh walking from the house and Pugh walking from the car in Plan 6. Jeter was unable to explain why there was a discrepancy in his story. Again, all of this is not recorded. Jeter would ramble about how Pugh was saying something about the rain, walking to work, and how Pugh was talking about someone's girlfriend, but that person doesn't even date that person. Jeter was rambling about things that made zero reference to anything we were talking about. What can you possibly talk about in 2.5 minutes? After getting back on topic, Jeter was asked what he did in Plan 6. Jeter explained that he took medication to Carlicia for gout. Jeter was asked what way he returned home, and he said down the other end. He was questioned on what the other end means and referenced State Route 51. When asked if he meant Keel Street, Jeter said, yeah. Jeter said he came back home and had been home since. Jeter was asked who Carlicia was, and he said he doesn't know. a friend? Moreland spoke up and said Carlicia is Moreland's granddaughter. Jeter was asked where she lived and a phone number. He could only tell us that he knew how to get to her house, but did not know her number or last name. Okay, now check this out. Obviously, if somebody was to read that, you'd be thinking to yourself, well, that's Sheldon knows her number. So either these troopers are just making all of this up, or Sheldon's protecting this. I'm not going to give you my cousin's name, last name, and I'm not going to give you her phone number. Or none of this actually happened. Remember, 2 minutes and 30 seconds they have to do this. And you're probably saying, well, Lana, why? Well, because I'm going to get to that part. Jeter and Moreland were questioned again on who troopers could contact within Pugh's family to get a message to him. And we were again told that Moreland and Jeter are the closest thing to family of Pugh. I requested Jeter to attempt to find contact information of someone who would know a family member's number or address. Jeter said he would call Bear, his uncle. He should know someone. Now, while on the phone, so you go back over here. What time was that? What time was that call? 3:39 and 10 seconds is when Jeter calls Bear. Bear calls Jeter back. Okay, so they don't talk. I believe that he got his what do you call it? Voicemail. It's at 3:30 in the morning. Okay. But Bear calls him back. And in 14 seconds. Okay. Now, well, on the phone, again, this is not recorded. All of this that I'm telling you guys right now in this report, none of this is on body cam. None of this is on a device that was recording. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They say, well, on the phone, Jeter was heard saying Tyreek got shot. This immediately struck me as odd because based upon nobody disclosing Pugh was shot. When Jeter got off the phone, he was asked how he knew Pugh was shot. Jeter looked stunned and was quiet for a time. Then stated that we told him. Jeter was advised that no law enforcement told him about Pugh being shot. Jeter then said he put 2 and 2 together. When asked what 2 and 2 meant, Jeter stated that Dalsha called him saying she heard shots and was checking in on him. Jeter was questioned when Dalsha called him. He was unable to give a time, but Jeter looked at his phone and indicated around 8:30. No, he indicated around 10:48. He had his phone. He showed them his phone. That actually makes no sense. But Jeter was asked to come outside and give a recorded statement inside a PSP vehicle, to which he agreed. Now, do you think that all of that could have transpired in 2 minutes and 40 seconds? Not recorded, and we're supposed to believe that that's what happened, that that's what transpired. Now, again, I point out here that his health data shows that this 3 o'clock, it couldn't have been until 3:36. Also, them arriving, this time is inaccurate. After Corporal Miller said that the Traverse was seen near Two Cousins Market on the way to Williams's house, Jeter changed his narrative to say that he gave the victim a ride up the hill. You guys, they didn't have Dollar General cameras then. Like, none of this is fucking, like, this is insanity. They're saying they went to a place to give a death notice, okay, with 7 to 8 people. All right. And that when they were there, the conversation that I just read to you is what they said happened. I don't know who took these possible notes. Okay. They did not have it recorded. It was not audio, video, nothing. Okay. And then now when you go back and you read this opinion here, and it says that on May 16th, 2020, shortly after 3 a.m., with his grandfather present, he said that his grandfather, they all went to Brewster's, that they had returned to the residence, and the victim had left on foot after watching television. After Corporal Miller said that the Traverse was seen near Two Cousins Market on the way to Miss Williams's house. That's not even accurate. The Traverse was seen leaving Kiel, which would be away. Like, that's wrong. But hey, did you hear that in this interview when they're writing this stuff down? Did he say, oh, no? But what happened at trial? Two Cousins Market on the way to Miss Williams' home. Jeter then changed his narrative to say that he gave the victim a ride up the hill. While Jeter relayed his version of events to the police, and before the police said that the victim had died, Jeter called Michael Moreland and said that the victim had been shot. None of this occurred. Now, ready for this? Bear is married to Tyreek Pugh's godmother. Okay. So Sheldon's uncle, so his aunt, is Tyreek Pugh's godmother. They live about, just a couple minutes away. And she was interviewed that night because when Bear gets this phone call, him and his wife drive over to the house, 127 Orchard Street. Now, ready for this? How could that interview have happened at 3:02 a.m.? On 5/16 at approximately 3:02 a.m., I interviewed this person regarding the shooting death of Tyreek Pugh in an unmarked PA State Police car on the street outside of 127 Orchard Street. They weren't there. She wasn't there at 3:02 a.m., motherfuckers, and neither were you. This is how bad these reports are. Okay, so now this is the recorded interview, the notes from it. I actually have the audio recording as well. So when they go into this vehicle to be interviewed, hey, will you come out and get a recorded statement? Okay. So I want you to take a look. So here, Bear's called, Bear calls back. Then Sheldon had to have been sitting because from 3:58 and 41 seconds after 3:36 to 3:58, okay, there's no steps that are taken during once he comes downstairs. He sits on the couch, and you can see that when he takes these steps at 3:36 and 17 seconds to 3:36 and 30 seconds, he doesn't move again until 3:58 and 41 seconds. Okay, which is 118 steps from 3:58 and 41 seconds to 4:01 and 50 seconds. So, and inside of that period, a flight is registered. Okay. So there's two things that could have happened here. One is if when Sheldon woke up, if he got up out of bed, grabbed his phone, looked at his phone, what the hell's going on, looked outside. So he had his phone with him. And when he's taking those 16 steps at 3:36 and 17 seconds, okay, he would have had to bring his phone with him downstairs to make the 3:39 call. And the reason I'm saying this is because in order for you to, if he would have had to walk upstairs to go back to call Bear, then that would have never even happened in the presence of anybody for that to be overheard. And nobody asked Sheldon those questions. His attorney didn't say, because they never broke any of this down, to say, where were you when you called Bear? Were you in your room? Were you downstairs? Because this could have proved that they couldn't even heard that conversation because Sheldon was downstairs without his phone. And so therefore, none of the steps that would have been registered to come downstairs, been walking around, anything like that, to then go back upstairs. That's why there isn't that flight of stairs, to then calling Bear from upstairs and then Bear calling him back. But there's also no steps in between this time and that time to get back downstairs. So that's when I said that doesn't seem like that's possible. Unless Sheldon doesn't come down himself at all until 3:58. Okay. Because nobody asked Sheldon a fucking thing. His attorneys didn't go over this case at all. His attorneys never visited him. His attorneys didn't do dick for him. And it's so bad. It so hurts my heart. Because we see all these cases where, Idaho 4 case, you can say whatever you want about Ann Taylor, man. She was looking into everything. Everything. He had nobody. He had his lawyers telling him to take a plea deal. And he said, no, I didn't kill anybody. I didn't kill Rachel. I didn't kill Pugh. I didn't do this. I'm not taking a plea deal. And then part of the plea deal was to confess to Rachel's killing too. It's like, what? No. So we'll come back to the steps here in a second. He's going to have an effective assistance of counsel, but we're trying to get it so that he can get his evidentiary hearing that happens on the 30th this month. And so he can get a new trial immediately. And then he deserves to have a bail hearing. On 5/16 at approximately 4 in the morning. So this is why I'm bringing us back to that 4 o'clock time, because why I wanted to show you guys this is they're saying that this is when this car interview happened, and it's recorded and I listened to it. Okay. And so going back to, they're saying at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning. So see this right here, this 3:58 and 39 seconds, one flight of stairs. Okay. And it took 2 seconds for it to happen, just like how Jen McCabe's phone would show. So like that's consistent. But during when that flight of stairs was taken, okay, is in the same time frame from 3:58 to 4:01. So that flight is during that period, the 3:58 and 41 seconds to the 4:01 and 50 seconds. And what that tells me is that Sheldon would have had to have gone up a flight of stairs during that period of time, but also came down. And what's upstairs is he could have used the bathroom. He could have went to his room, right? But he goes upstairs. Maybe he put a shirt on because he didn't have a shirt. And then he comes downstairs and he walks outside and he gets into the car to now do this portion. So this was assigned to Max DeLuca to do, and Corporal Michael Miller said, here, this is what you're going to do. So Trooper Clayton McGeary and I, meaning Max DeLuca, and I interview Sheldon Jeter Jr. in my unmarked patrol vehicle. My vehicle was on Orchard Street near Jeter's residence. Now, remember, at trial, there's all this video, okay? Because, God bless her, I love this family. His aunt across the street, she literally went out and bought all of this surveillance because she knew that they wouldn't leave Sheldon alone. And I'm like, who wouldn't? The police. They were always messing with that boy, she said. And so she got these cameras and put them all angled on to her Emmanuel Moreland's house. And so every time there's movement, this camera, and there was 3 or 4 of them. It wasn't just one. Like, it wasn't just like a ring camera. It was like legit. She had 3 or 4 cameras. They were all outside angled. Okay. And so this is being recorded when stuff like this is happening. They walk outside. They're getting into a cop car right there. Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s SUV was on camera the whole time, which is really important. So Jeter sat in the front passenger seat of my vehicle. That's unheard of. That is literally unheard of. Jeter sat in the front passenger seat of my vehicle. You think someone just shot somebody 9 times, 8 times, 7 times in the front seat passenger. So Jeter sat in the front passenger seat of my vehicle, McGeary in the rear, and I was in the driver's seat, Max DeLuca. Jeter agreed to speak with me about the death of his friend Tyreek Pugh and agreed to have his conversation audio recorded. Jeter referred to Pugh as like family. Jeter described Pugh as someone who is around here and there and related that Pugh did not live with him at 127 Orchard Street. Jeter stated he only saw Pugh approximately twice in like the past year. Jeter related that Pugh likes to talk a lot about things that don't sit right with him, in quotes. Jeter stated that most of his conversations with Pugh were about, quote unquote, things that happen in the streets. Okay, things that happen in the streets. And provided the example. If he said so-and-so killed so-and-so, I don't be like, for real? I don't get into that with him. Like, he doesn't engage, like, he shuts it down. Jeter felt in conversations with Pugh that Pugh was reaching at me or coming at me to get a story, to get information out. Now think about this. It is my opinion, based off of the evidence, that Tyreek Pugh was killed due to the Rachel DelTondo case, okay? And where I'm basing just a little bit of it, is in this report where he's like saying he was trying to get me to like basically talk about something, Jeter fell in conversation with Pugh that Pugh was reaching at him to get a story. Jeter stated he go crazy and try to fight everybody and stuff when he referred to Pugh's actions. Jeter described his relationship with Pugh as, I'm not saying like we had a bond, but I was like the big brother to him. Even though Jeter was like 7 or 8 years younger. Jeter related he had known Pugh to do drugs in the past, but Pugh had told him he no longer used drugs. Jeter did not know what drugs Pugh used other than marijuana. So he's just saying like when Jeter's talking about drugs, he's talking about weed. Okay. I asked Jeter to review the events that occurred throughout the day and his contact with Pugh. Jeter stated he worked 9 to 5 in Robinson Township Center for this telecommunications job. Jeter supplied the name of his boss. Jeter stated that he then returned home after work. Jeter worked all the time, by the way. Okay. And anybody that goes and looks him up can see all the places that he worked at. You know, the kid just wasn't doing nothing. He was always at work or helping with the church. And he was doing the church work that night with setting up the online church streams because of COVID. That's what he was doing when he got home from taking the gout medicine. If anybody took the time to actually look at his device, you will see what he was doing. And it was everything had to do with setting up a stream so that people could watch church from like how we all had to do that during COVID. So when Jeter returned home from work, Pugh and his grandfather were on the front porch, so Pugh was already there. Okay. Jeter then drove his grandfather and Pugh to their church, the New Holy Temple, to drop off 2 televisions. Jeter, his grandfather, and Pugh returned to 127 Orchard Street. Jeter stated in the evening he drove to Brewster's Ice Cream with his grandfather, Pugh, and his uncle, Michael Moreland, Bear. Did he say, oh, I had to stop and pick him up? Like, did the police ask, oh, were you driving, Michael? How did he get there? Like, you can't answer a question that you don't get asked the question to. So, and why I want to point this out is Jeter's not trying to hide that fact. He's just simply saying, we went to Brewster's. Okay, who all went to Brewster's? And then he's giving the names. And it's like, if the cops don't ask you, oh, well, did Bear meet you guys there? You know? No, we picked him up. I picked him up. I was driving. You know, if you want specific answers, you have to ask specific questions. So here, and how it did go down was that those 3 get into a vehicle, and Bear actually was dropped off there, drove there, and then he drove his car back, and then they picked him up or whatever. But it's an interesting part of the story, but the police didn't ask it. Anyways, because the question should be is, whose idea was it to go to Brewster's Ice Cream? I mean, the reason it's important part of the story is because of the Rachel DelTondo case. Right before Rachel was shot and killed, Rachel went and had ice cream. Okay. And here, Pugh actually buys ice cream for everybody. But what's weird about him buying the ice cream for everybody is he normally will pay cash. Okay. And he never uses his debit card for debit purchases. He uses his debit card only to go to the ATM and to pull money out. Here, for the first time ever, Tyreek Pugh uses his debit card. It's like to create this paper trail. Hey, I was at Brewster's and I bought everybody ice cream. So Jeter stated that in the evening he drove to Brewster's Ice Cream with his grandfather Pugh and Bear. Jeter stated he was vlogging because he was using that new camera. He vlogged himself eating the ice cream at Brewster's. After ice cream, Jeter dropped off his uncle and returned home with his grandfather and Pugh. Now, remember how I just showed you they had that timestamp of when they left Brewster's? Okay. So at 9 p.m. to 9:07, Sheldon takes 38 steps with his phone. So the surveillance footage showed that the group leaving the parking lot in the Chevy Traverse was at 9:16. Now that would mean you'd want to look at that camera and how long before they actually pulled out of their parking spot were these steps taken. And this is why it's important. Because then when you look at his data, at 9 to 9:07, 38 steps. Okay. Now 9:11 to 9:21, 194 steps. And this is my point, is that we are able to use the surveillance camera, this was not done in his case, and it will free him. You're able to see that if the car in fact is leaving at 9:16, right? That means that if you look at the health data from 9:11 to 9:21, he said he pulls out and he goes to his uncle's house to drop him off. Well, 9:11 starts the steps, which were taken where? At Brewster's. Then you're getting into the car, but the car is not leaving until 9:16 when it's pulling away. And so it's saying that from 9:11 until 9:21, 194 steps. Well, how far is it from Brewster's Ice Cream to where Sheldon's uncle lives? Because then the next thing right here, as you could see, 9:21 and 28 seconds to 9:21 and 36 seconds, just 12 steps were had. Then Sheldon does not move with his phone from 9:21 and 36 seconds to 9:32. There's a gap. There's nothing happening there. Okay. But then at 9:32 to 9:48, Sheldon's taking 69 steps during that time period. Why all of this matters is because the Traverse is seen at 9:45 arriving back at Sheldon's house. And so I'm able to show you guys with his health data, he is clearly between 9:16 and 9:45. There's shit that's happened. He's getting out of this vehicle and he's taking steps, and he did it twice. Okay. Or he's sitting down and then he's standing up again and moving. But he did not just take his uncle home, stay in his vehicle, all right, and then drove straight back to 127 Orchard Street. That's not what happened. In fact, nobody was listening to what the family was saying, okay? And they were trying, because now the only people that could remember this, because Tyreek Pugh is dead, would be Sheldon, after they drop off Bear, is where did Sheldon and Pugh and the grandfather go before going home? They went somewhere. It's not mentioned in this version of events, though, because Sheldon's lawyers didn't do a fucking thing. Now, Jeter says that he dropped off his uncle and returned home with his grandfather and Pugh. Jeter stated he made arrangements with his cousin Carlisha Williams. So here in this recorded interview, he's calling Carlisha Williams his cousin versus the one that's unrecorded, and he's saying that he has no idea who lives up in Plan 6. So now all of a sudden Sheldon wants to give out the name. So that's why I'm saying that doesn't make any sense. Like that in that unrecorded conversation in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you're making it seem like Sheldon has this version where he's lying and being secretive or whatever you're trying to portray to the reader of that report. But why didn't you record the conversation? And so therefore, you can't sit here and tell me that there's inconsistencies and you want me to just go off of your fucking word, because I'm going to blow up your word as we go on. So Sheldon in this recorded conversation, he says, yes, I talked to Carlicia. And what am I able to find? Boom. I find that at, he says, Jeter stated he made arrangements with his cousin, Carlicia, to bring medication to her house in Aliquippa. Jeter looked at his phone and reported that he called Carlicia around 10 to make plans to drop off the medication. Here's his Cellbrite. If you go to 10 o'clock on his Cellbrite, okay, you will find that at 10:02 and 8 seconds, for 1 minute and 34 seconds, Sheldon and Carlicia talk at 10:02 and 8 seconds. So he tells the cops the truth. Like, it's on the money. On the money. And where do you find this? This is his Cellbrite. Okay. Now, Jeter reported that he and Pugh then drove over to Carlicia's sometime, obviously, after that phone call. I asked Jeter where Carlicia lived, and he replied, the top of the hill, Plan 6. Jeter stated, I drove past Dollar General, and I went up that hill. When he drove to Carlicia's, Jeter reported he knocked on Carlicia's door, and a little kid answered. A little kid answered. Right over there. Little kid answered. Jeter did not see Carlicia. Ready for this? This is bombshell. Go ahead and Google the name Carlicia Williams. I couldn't believe what I found. Carlicia Williams, just before this murder, was indicted. It was a huge federal fentanyl ring. Carlicia has never served 1 day in prison. Not one. Carlicia Williams was interviewed by the police, and she told the police that Sheldon came inside the house and came upstairs to her second level where her bedroom is and where the bathroom is, and that her and Jeter had a conversation through the door. What? Well, I said, that is a fucking lie. I said, I told Sheldon's attorneys, I said, that's not true. I said, Sheldon never went up any stairs. I said, here's his in the Cellbrite. What's going on here? I said, he never went up any stairs. He's seen leaving the house. So well, we'll come back. Okay, right here. The Traverse is leaving at 10:10 to drive to Carlicia's. Okay. And remember, I told you guys it does not take 8 minutes, 9 minutes to get to Dollar General. It takes 2. Okay. And so he's back at Orchard at 10:34. So 10:10, you have him leaving his house, and at 10:34, you have him coming back. When you take the Cellbrite, which is so perfectly amazing, okay, 10:07, he starts to walk. 10:07 to 10:16 in 1 second. You see that? Woo! 10:07, there's a flight. Now, what time does he leave, though? 10:10. So that's all happening when he is at his own home. He just talks to Carlicia at 10:02. He has to bring him the gout medicine. Well, he doesn't have the gout medicine. He has to get the gout medicine. Okay. So he starts moving about his own home at 10:07 and 1 seconds. He starts taking his steps. Okay. At 10:07 and 21 seconds, within 20 seconds, he's going up a flight of stairs to where his room is. Okay. And then at 10:10, part of these steps are him and Tyreek Pugh walking out of the house, getting into the car, and then they are going to drive to pick up the gout medicine from the person that actually has it. Okay. Then you're then seen on camera at 10:18 driving up the hill. Okay. So that means that some of these steps right here between 10:07 and 10:16, he got out of the car to get gout medicine. So some of those steps are when that occurred. Do you think that came up in his trial? No. But why it matters is to show the data, because they try to tell me we couldn't use his data because it would show that like you would help the state's case. I said, you're fucking dumb. I said, no, it would not. Go get an expert and they're going to tell you that it would not. No. It would not at all. What it would show is that Carlisha Williams is a fucking liar who said that Sheldon came into the house and went upstairs. Sheldon at 10:20 and 72 seconds. Okay. Now, mind you, he's at the Dollar General at 10:18 to 10:19 as he's like turning the corner to go up the hill. And I told you guys, it takes you about 2.5 minutes to get up to the hill, unless you're flying, which you can fly back there if you really want to. It's bumpy. It's crazy. Like, woo, it's like a. So he gets to the top of the hill, and then look at when his ticker starts moving again. 10:20 and 32 seconds. Yep. 10:18 seen at Dollar General. Yep, that's exactly what Lana's saying. She's mapped it like 30 million times. I've been to Aliquippa. I can't even tell you how many times. That was like my second home. It's in Pennsylvania. It's about a 3-hour drive for me. So once he gets to the top of the hill and he gets out of his vehicle, all right, he then, these steps, 82 from 10:20 and 32 seconds to 10:28 in 2 seconds. Or I'm sorry. Yeah. So between 10:20 and 32 seconds to 10:28 in 2 seconds, that's a time frame for 82 steps. Do you see any flights of stairs between 10:20 and 10:28? And the answer is no. In fact, Sheldon does exactly what he says he did. He walked up to that door, which guess how many steps it is to walk up to that door? Depending on where you park, right? I calculated from, it's a corner house, so being on the corner on this street versus on this street, if you actually turn, and because we know that he went back down the same way that he came up for the first time that he did it. But you're looking at anywhere between 30 steps there or 40 steps there and then that many back. Okay. And that's right in that time. That's right in that 82. Okay. But more importantly, Sheldon Jeter Jr. makes a phone call at 10:24 and 59 seconds, and he calls Carlisha, and it was for 9 seconds. Because when he knocked on the door and the little kid answered, he didn't give the gout medicine to the little kid. He just left it on the, you guys know how you have a fireplace that has your TVs over top of the mantle. He put it up high enough so the little kid couldn't get to the gout medicine. All right. And this is what he tells in this interview. It's recorded. He says, a little kid answered. Jeter did not see Carlisha, so he placed the medication on a dresser out of reach of the child. And Sheldon didn't say dresser. He said mantle. Jeter related when he returned to the car from Carlisha's, Pugh informed him that he was fired from his job and told Jeter he was going to walk to work. Jeter told Pugh that he did not have to walk to work. Jeter stated he and Pugh returned to his house after they left Carlisha's. But it would have been on the first time up, okay? And here, the Carlicia call was to let her know where the gout medicine was. But that's not what was supposed to happen. If you listen to Carlicia's interview, she told him, I told him to call me when he got there. Sheldon didn't do it like that. Sheldon just walked up to the door, knocked on it, little kid answered, and then he just left it up there and called her to tell her where it was. Okay. And that fucked up a huge plan. And now we got to get Sheldon the fuck back up to the hill for a second time. Because him and Tyreek Pugh get in his vehicle and they've already left. And as he's leaving, he's calling her to tell her where he left this gout medicine. Okay. And as you will see it, they then arrive back at Orchard Street at 10:34, and they're getting out of the vehicle together, him and Tyreek Pugh, and they're going back into his house. And so when you look at right here, it lines perfectly at 10:34. His steps begin, Sheldon's steps begin, 10:34 and 26 seconds. 134 steps will be taken between 10:34 and 10:42. In that time frame, within 2 minutes, not even, he goes up a flight of stairs to his room. Okay. Now, Carlicia Williams testified and told freaking the police that Sheldon came into her house and went upstairs and talked to her through the bathroom when he first came up there the first time. Why would Carlicia Williams lie about something like that when she didn't have a conversation with Sheldon and he never went inside that house to go up the stairs or anything like that? Why would Carlicia Williams say that? Okay, ready? Now, on May 16th, the police, PSP, around between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on 5/16. They go to Carlicia's house and they talk to her. There's no report on it, though. There is no recording of it. There's no nothing. Okay. However, they call her then into the station on May 24th at 1:30 in the afternoon, and Trooper McGeary and Broader interview Carlicia. I've watched it. It was audio and visually recorded with the consent of Carlicia. And Carlicia said that she saw cameras on a house on the corner of Keel Street and inquired if we have talked to the owner. I then asked Carlicia about the cameras that she had in her house. Carlicia said that she has cameras in her kitchen, living room, and hallway. Carlicia said that the camera in the living room was unplugged by the kid's father and was never plugged back in. Carlicia stated that Jeter must have used the front door because her camera in the kitchen would have caught him if he came in the back, which is really, really important. because the grandfather, her stepfather, who the gout medicine was for, he claims that he was sitting out on the back porch patio that evening, just sitting outside in like a chair or whatever. Now, Carlisha then says, Carlisha then confirmed that she has no pictures at all from that night in her living room due to the camera being unplugged. Now, the living room is where the front door is. Carlisha stated that she grew up with Tyreek Pugh and stated that his mother went to their church. Carlisha also stated that she has known Pugh for approximately 14 years. Carlisha stated that Sheldon is her cousin and her father is his uncle, who's Michael Moreland, who's Bear. Carlisha stated that she does not speak with him often. However, she is close with her grandfather, Emmanuel Moreland. Carlisha stated that on May 15th, 2020, at 10:09, Jeter called her on her cell phone regarding bringing medication to her house. That's a lie. Sheldon calls her, first of all, Sheldon calls Carlisha at 10:02, and they talk for 1 minute and 34 seconds. I have no idea who called Carlisha at 10:09, but it should be really important for the police to figure that out. It didn't come from his phone. But for her to be able to look at a device and for her to just spit out this number, it's not like she's saying 10:15, 10:30. She's specifically saying that at 10:09, Sheldon called her on her cell phone regarding bringing medication to her house. Okay. Carlisha stated that Michael Moreland was supposed to bring the medication to her earlier in the day, but did not. Carlisha stated when she got out of work, she called Michael Moreland twice, but he did not answer. Carlisha stated that Michael finally called her back around 9 and asked her if she still needed the medication. Carlisha told him yes, and he said he would bring it to her. Carlisha stated plans must have changed because Emmanuel was under the assumption that Carlisha was going to drive to his house to pick it up. Now remember, this is all from Carlisha. Carlisha stated that Emmanuel had Jeter call her to see if she was going to pick it up, and she told Jeter her mom had left for work and she isn't driving. Because her mom left for work way long ago. Her mom worked way earlier in the day, and her mom would be getting home. She works like second shift, basically. Her mom gets home around like 11 at night. Now, so Jeter then told her, okay, I guess Emmanuel Moreland, his grandfather, is going to have me bring it up there. Carlisha told Jeter to call her when he gets there. Carlisha then explained the medication Sheldon was bringing is for gout. Carlisha stated her stepfather and Emmanuel Moreland both used the same gout medication, and her stepfather did not have his prescription filled yet. Carlisha stated that her stepfather lives in North Carolina, but is currently staying with her at the Jones Street address. Williams, Carlisha stated that Jeter called her at 10:24 and said he was outside and to open the door. Listen to these lies this fucking hoe is telling. Data don't lie, baby. She's trying to say that phone call at 10:24 was to say, hey, I'm here, open up the door. Carlisha told Jeter she was in the bathroom and she told her 12-year-old to open the door for Jeter. Carlisha said she then told her 8-year-old to open the door. Carlisha stated that she then heard Jeter ask her kid where she was at, and he said in the bathroom. Carlisha stated that while in the bathroom, she heard Jeter come upstairs and he started talking to her through the fucking bathroom door. Is that right, Carlisha? Is that right? You did wrong. That's a lie. Do you think the police did anything about this? No. But more importantly for Sheldon, do you think his attorneys used any of this? No. She is lying. She is absolutely lying. You know how we know that she's lying? And the detective should have known that she's lying because, you guys, his car, he's seen on these cameras, and you can't possibly get down and be on these cameras, and his data does not reflect that at all. He never went inside that house and he never went upstairs. Why is Carlisha saying that he did? None of this happened. She says, and I can read it from the report, and I feel comfortable reading it from the report because it was recorded, and I've seen the recording, the audio, and the visual of it, and it's, I mean, there's even some more nuggets in that one, but this will do for the purpose of all of this. Now, going back to this, she said that Jeter called her at 10:24. He was already, now, mind you, my little note said, hey, well, at 10:24, he was already walking around for 4 minutes. Well, how do you determine that, Lana? Well, here at 10:20 and 72 and 32 seconds. So I'll make this bigger. Again, I just put it on these note sheets for, I don't want to show some of the, okay. 10:20 and 32 seconds. Remember, he's seen on the camera Dollar General at 10:18. Okay. So he gets up to the top of the hill. And so he begins to start walking 82 steps. Okay. And it happens in between this time frame. No flights of stairs, no nothing. Okay. Carlisha is saying that this phone call here at 10:24 and 59 seconds for 9 seconds was Sheldon saying, hey, I'm here. I'm here. No, that's what Carlisha is saying that phone call was for. That's not what that phone call was for at all. That phone call was to say, I left it inside on the dresser. Okay. And now, Lana, why are you harping on this? Because it matters, because they need to get Sheldon and Tyreek Pugh back on that fucking hill. And how are they going to do this? Because Sheldon has already left the area. Okay? He's already left the area. Remember, go back, and when she said that Sheldon called her at 10:09 p.m., Sheldon didn't. Sheldon called her at 10:02. And so we really need to find out who really did call her at 10:09. Okay? Because I think I know who. And they were unable to get into this person's phone through the duration of the pendency of this case. Still to this day, they're unable to lock the victim's phone. And I believe that the victim could have potentially had 2 phones. Okay. So here, Carlicia's version is that she told her kids to go open up the door. They open up the door. Jeter comes up the stairs, which would have registered a flight of stairs. It does not. I told this to the lawyers. I told this to the family. Okay. And I mean, they know how explosive this is. She said that her and Jeter were talking through the bathroom door. Carlicia stated that they were joking around and talking. And he said he was going to wait for her to come out of the bathroom. So the kids didn't get the pills. And now she's calling it pills, plural. Sheldon only brought up one pill. Carlicia stated that Carlicia then told Jeter he could leave them on the fireplace where the kids can't reach them. Carlicia said that Jeter finally agreed and said he would leave the medication on the fireplace. Carlicia believed Jeter was at her house for approximately 15 minutes or less. None of this is accurate. Carlicia stated that when she came out of the bathroom, her one kid brought her the pill and said, "Here, Sheldon left this for you." Sheldon never left anything with a kid. Okay. Remember, Sheldon's version is a little kid answered, but I left it I put it up top so the little kid couldn't get it. Okay. Carlicia continues on to say that Carlicia stated that when that was the last time that she talked to Jeter was through the bathroom. Okay, now pay attention. Williams stated that was the last time she talked to Jeter that night, and she did not know he was going to come back a second time. And I said, why is she immediately going to that? Why do you have to distance yourself from that second trip? Why are you making it seem like you had nothing to do with that second trip? On why Sheldon would be bringing up another gout pill? Who told Sheldon to do that? And why does I didn't talk to him that's the last time I talked to him. I didn't even know he was coming back up. I said, wow, okay. Carlicia stated that later that night, her kid came up the stairs with more medication and stated Scatter, because that's his nickname, had come back and dropped it off. Carlicia said that stated that she did talk to Emmanuel Moreland the next day, and he stated he didn't know he was supposed to give him more medication, and Jeter came back because on the first trip he had only sent one pill. Now she's putting in her grandfather who just had a stroke and saying that he said all this stuff. You guys, ain't no way. Ain't no way. But there is one piece of truth in there. Carlicia did in the morning, okay, when she's supposed to not even know about the shooting. She shows up at her grandfather's house. Remember, she couldn't even be bothered to drive there to pick up the gout, but she drives there in the morning, early in the morning, like before 8 a.m. on a Saturday. Why? And that's another important part of the story. We'll get to that though. Carlicia stated that when Jeter came back to the residence that second trip, he gave more medication to one of the kids and then left. Carlicia stated that she was upstairs working on a business plan and watching TV and had no idea that Sheldon was ever back at the house. She was on a Friday night. Dude, she just pled guilty and is looking at, 40 years and she's upstairs on a Friday night working on a business plan? You want me to believe that? What kind of business plan? A hustle in fucking prison, federal prison? She had no idea that Jeter was ever back at the house. Carlicia said that when her kid came upstairs with the medication, she asked her kid if anyone was with Jeter, and she said no. Carlicia believed Jeter must have come back to the residence before 11:30 because her mom got home from work around 11:30 and she did not see Sheldon or anyone else outside when she pulled in. Carlicia stated that she has heard a lot of rumors going around about the incident, to include that the victim, Tyric Pugh, was meeting two girls from Ohio and they set him up. What? That got brought up in court and they asked the police, well, did you look into these two girls from Ohio? No, we didn't. That's what was told to the jury. The jury did hear that. Pugh and Jeter went up to her house to sell her pills. These are the rumors that are going around. And that Pugh was robbed for his stimulus money. Carlicia was unable to provide the source of any of those rumors and stated it was all word of mouth. Carlicia stated that the next morning on May 16th, she went down to Emmanuel Moreland's house around 8:30 a.m. to check if they were okay. Don't you think that she would ask a police officer, how did you find out about the shooting? Wouldn't that be a really good question to ask? Why are you getting up on a Saturday morning to go down to your grandfather's house to ask if they're okay? Because guess who didn't have their phone anymore? Sheldon. They took his phone and the Traverse, as you're going to find out, and they just, well, we'll get into that. But I'm curious how she found out about the shooting. And why would she think that they're not okay? You know? Carlicia stated that when she got there, she told Jeter that the state police had called her talking about a homicide. You guys, this is wild. So don't you think as a defense attorney, wait, where's Carlicia's phone records? What do you mean? Somebody from the Pennsylvania State Police had called her prior to 8:30 in the morning talking about a homicide, and Jeter told her it was Pugh. Carlicia stated Jeter told her to just Carlicia stated that Jeter told her just to tell the truth to the state police. Jeter also told her, you can't tell them something you don't know. So all you can do is just tell them the truth. This is what she's assigning that Sheldon said to her. And I have reason to believe it was actually, this is what she told Sheldon. At the end of the interview, I asked Carlicia the direction she travels to get to Emmanuel Moreland's house on Orchard Street. Carlicia stated that she goes down her hill by the city building and will either go straight through to the back way or turn left onto Franklin. I then asked her if she ever goes down the Keel Street way to get there. And she said, it depends, but usually only if she is stopping at the store Two Cousins. Now, going back to Sheldon's interview here with the police in the morning at 4 a.m., she's saying that I drove past Dollar General and I went up the hill. When he drove to Carlicia's, Jeter reported he knocked on Carlicia's door and a little kid answered. Jeter did not see Carlicia, so he placed the medication on a dresser out of reach of the child. Jeter related that when he returned to the car from Carlicia's, Pugh informed him that he was fired from his job and told Jeter he was going to go walk to work. And this is when Jeter was like, told Pugh that he did not have to walk to work. Jeter stated that he and Pugh then returned to his house after they left Carlicia's house. Jeter stated that they did not make any stops and returned straight home after he dropped off the medication. Jeter stated his grandfather was home when he and Pugh returned. Jeter believed he, Pugh, and his grandfather watched the Food Channel when they returned. Jeter stated that Pugh informed him and his grandfather that he had to work, and Pugh left his residence to walk to work. Jeter related that during the evening, he received a call from his mother asking if he was okay because she heard gunshots and heard police cars on Franklin Avenue. Jeter looked at his phone and provided 2 times when he received this call, 11:48 and 8:22. Jeter related he was in his house when he received this call from his mother. They did that often in that area with Sheldon anyways because of the DelTondo case. Sheldon was asked if he would take a GSR test. He said, yeah. I asked Sheldon if he was around any firearms today, and he replied, my uncle had a gun. I asked Sheldon if he held or shot the gun, and he replied, no. I asked Jeter if there were any guns in his car today, and he said, no. Jeter agreed to have his hands swabbed for gunshot residue. I asked Jeter the following questions before the GSR kit. Have you recently shot a firearm, handled or discharged a firearm, or been in close proximity to a firearm when it was discharged? He said yes or no. Jeter stated that he recently handled his brother's discharged firearm in the past day or two after his brother qualified with it. His brother is a police officer. Jeter related his brother is a police officer, and this was the gun he handled. They did their due diligence and found out that everything that Jeter told them was the truth. His brother had just taken his test and had passed and blah, blah. Jeter related that he recently gone to the bathroom and had washed his hands. Jeter related that he has in the past taken a gunshot residue test because of the DelTondo case. I swabbed Jeter's hands for the gunshot residue kit. Jeter stated he was sure that no other person drove the Traverse after he returned from Carlich's house. I asked Jeter who had the keys to the Traverse, and he related he does, and he placed them on the dresser. Jeter stated, you could say I keep them. When he referred to the Traverse keys, Jeter related that he was the only one to drive the Traverse on the date in question, and he parked it in the driveway at 127 Orchard Street. Jeter related that he left raw meat in the car that was for the Salvation Army, and the meat got blood on the inside of his Traverse on the back seat. At the conclusion of this interview, I returned to PSP Beaver and logged the following items into evidence. A red iPhone, which he had recovered from Sheldon after the interview, and gunshot residue kit from Sheldon, and the waiver of rights and consent to search the Traverse and take the phone. Okay, ready? So then one would have to go and ask themselves, and this happened at 5:21. The signed consent form was at 5:21. That means everything from here on, 5:22, all the stuff down. They never put the phone in airplane mode, and they transported Sheldon's vehicle and his phone. And wait till you hear what they did with the Traverse. The same person, Alex Bitts, who was at the crime scene and who moved the 911 caller's minivan, he then got into Sheldon's vehicle and moved Sheldon's vehicle. The GSR, his hands, the test came back negative. Okay. And it said that there was, but his vehicle, the Traverse, it tested positive in 3 different areas up on the side of the door, directly in the middle, okay, of the steering wheel. And there's another particle. So let's now back up to the four main witnesses that are at the crime scene that make the phone call. One of them makes the phone call. And it's just absolutely like, this is just fucking wild. At 4 a.m., the police conducted a recorded interview of Sheldon in the front seat of an unmarked police car on Orchard Street. Sheldon again said that the victim left from the residence on foot. Sheldon said that he had not left since returning to the residence. He agreed to have his hand swabbed for the police to perform a gunshot residue test. After initially denying that he had been around any firearms, Sheldon said that he had touched a firearm belonging to his brother 2 days prior. He never denied any of that. Sheldon consented to the police taking and processing the Traverse, as did the Traverse's registered owners, who were actually his uncle, Bear. The police obtained a search warrant for the Traverse. Testing revealed that the gunshot residue on samples collected from the interior driver's side door, the center of the steering wheel, and the upper right quadrant of the steering wheel. The remaining samples tested for gunshot residue, including from his hands, were not characteristic but were indicative, which means that they had particles containing 2 out of the 3 elements. In the Dr. Moore case, the 2 out of the 3 elements is exactly what Stephen Hartman had on his hands. Sheldon was interviewed at the Pennsylvania State Police Beaver Barracks, again, without a lawyer. He did everything. He's like, here, yep, you can have this, you can have this. Now, at court, they would testify that they put an orange evidence blanket in the front driver's seat of that Traverse. All of the hours of footage that were obtained from the house across the street, and these are big, huge, bright orange evidence blankets. Nobody got up on that stand and testified that they ever put the evidence blanket in there. Yet when they took pictures of when the car was where it was located at the Junex towing, there was an evidence blanket in there. And there is nobody testified to putting it in there. And there is no video of it being put in by anybody. All of this stuff should have been suppressed. Like, they're moving cars out of crime scenes. So when Sheldon was interviewed at the barracks, he said that he went to Miss Williams's house twice, Carlicia's, when he was told of the surveillance video showing him and the victim leaving the house together. He said that we left the house the first time and the second time. Later in the interview, Sheldon said that when he drove to Carlicia's house, the victim stayed in the passenger seat while he dropped off the gout pill, and the car got foggy. He clarified that he meant the second trip and that the victim left on foot from Miss Williams's house. He told the police which route he took to go home. They just weren't listening to what he was saying. Okay? And they were trying to confuse him and his words, and he calls them out on it. He's like, you're trying to, like, trick me or something. Like, what are you doing? If you listen to actually the interview when he's saying that he walks away from the house, like that he walks away, okay, you could take that of one of two ways. Like, you'd have to, like, break it on down. But what I see it is that if he's telling you the way that he went up and the way that he went down, why would he ever admit that he went down Keel Street? He didn't actually go down Keel Street the first time when he went there. Think of a big loop, okay? And when you're at the top of the loop, you can either continue to go on that circle or you can just turn around and come back down the same way that you went up. All right, on the first time that they went up there, the vehicle comes down the same way that it went up. Here, on the second time that he went up there, all right, the vehicle goes and continues on a loop. And why I believe that happened, okay, is because of how he would have been forced to go that way based on where it's one-way streets up there, okay? And if you were to turn onto Carlicia Street, Jones Street, okay, you have to continue to go that way. You can't go the other way unless you want to go the wrong way down the street, okay? So I feel like the first time that Sheldon went up there, he did not actually physically turn right onto Jones Street, and he was still on the street that brings you up to Jones Street. And so if you park off on the side, because their house is on the corner, if you park off and you just pull up right on the side, then you can just whip it and turn it around and just go right back down the hill. And that's what it shows from Dollar General. Also, if you pay attention to the amount of steps, okay, that Sheldon takes on the second time to go up there versus, like I showed you here, 82 steps. Okay, Carlicia's lying her ass off. We can already show that Carlicia's lying her ass off. And then, if anything, if I want to talk about anybody being threatened or told to shut the fuck up and don't say anything, okay, and somehow Sheldon gets pulled into this shit, right? Because the second time up, as you can see here, when they leave the second time, it's 11:10. So the first time they leave at 10:10. It's really weird. And then the second time they leave, it's at 11:10. Okay. And it's like clockwork. Same thing, though. He's not seen on Dollar General camera until $11:19. Okay. And so here he starts his steps again, just like how we did before at 10:07 and 21 seconds. 162 steps for the first trip. Then here at 11:07 and 48 seconds, all right, 110 steps begins. And it goes from 11:07 and 48 seconds to 11:16 and 22 seconds. And you see him physically getting into his traverse at 11:10 with Tyreek Pugh at 11:10. And then they go to get this gout pill because he doesn't have it, which also means that Emmanuel Moreland doesn't have it because Emmanuel Moreland is physically at the home with Sheldon. Sheldon had to go where? Summer before he went to Carlicia's, because you would have been on the camera where Dollar General is in minute 30 seconds. All right. So he's seen on Dollar General at 11:19 then, when he should have been there by 11 and 30 seconds, or 11:12. He's driving up the hill, and then look at when the steps begin. 11:22 and 21 seconds. 276 steps. Not 82. 276 steps. That's like triple the amount. And that's going to require, as you can see here, because it gets broken up. So I'm going to explain this. And this is what I was trying to explain to these lawyers. I said, I know that you think that this is bad, but it's not bad at all. I said, first of all, why would Sheldon be taking 276 steps from 11:22 and 21 seconds to 11:31 and 54 seconds? I was like, it looks like he's trying to find somebody. Okay. If he just walked up to the door and handed, okay, and handed the pill to, the way that Carlicia wants to say, to one of her kids, or just put it on the mantle and walks back to his car, okay, like, what the fuck? Like, that's going to, you're going to get back into your vehicle, and that's what's up, right? Now, remember, every time that Sheldon has gone home, okay, he's gone down the same way that he's gone up. But on this occasion, they're saying that the traverse, he went down the Keel Street way. And now all of these cases that we've paid attention to with what your phone can do when you're supposedly traveling down hills, that they just, a bump in the road will make it seem like you're making all these steps and stuff like that, right? All right. It'll add a flight. Does anybody know how steep this hill for Keel Street is? It's insanely steep. Like, it's like, take a sledding hill times like 10, 50. It's just, I have video of me traveling up it. I have video of me traveling down it. I did loops, timing loops, because it all mattered, because this is so ridiculously timed down, because they knew in order to frame Sheldon, it had to be done perfect. So here, you see how it stops at 11:31 and 54 seconds? Okay. And then it begins again, though, on at 11:33 and 39 seconds. So 11:31 and 54 seconds. It cuts it off, so almost at 11:32. And then the steps start back at like a minute and 46 seconds later. Well, when has this ever happened before like that? And it's right here. Okay. 9:11 and to 9:21. You could see 194 steps between that time period. And this was after leaving or starting to walk at Brewster's for ice cream, getting in your vehicle. Okay. And so 9 to 9:07, 38 steps were taken. So you got out of your vehicle, you're at Brewster's. Then it cuts it off at 9:07, because it's like, okay, you're sitting down, you're at a table eating your ice cream. And then here at 9:11, it starts back up. Okay. And it will take you all the way to 9:21 and then stops, but then immediately wants to start back up 28 seconds later, because this is like on the money, 9:21. And then it gets your 12 steps from right here and then stops. And so here, any expert that we've heard testify will tell you that they don't know when these steps occurred, but that they have to be between this time period. And what starts it all, okay, is at 11:22 and 21 seconds starts physically, you're taking a step. Now, when the rest of them happen, it's all the way until 11:31 and 54 seconds. Okay, then you do something long enough of a period of time that you're just sitting, okay? But when you're asking somebody like on cross-examination, well, what if this person went to go ahead and sit at 11:25, and they got all of those steps up into then? Yep, that could happen. And then they were just cutting it off like at that point versus at 11:25. Because remember, our phones, this has been taught to us that when you go up a flight of stairs, your phone doesn't know that you're going up a flight of stairs before you do it. So even like your flight of stairs can be off, and it would be off on the fact of it's going to put it like more after the fact than before the fact. And so we've learned this through testimony. Okay. And so what I wanted them to show is that there wasn't enough time to commit this murder based off of what they're going to try to say. Okay. Which is, how long does it take to drive from the top of the hill and to get all the way down to the bottom of the hill and to be on the two cousins' camera by 11:35 and 50 seconds? So if you're starting to take your steps at 11:33 and 39 seconds from up on top of the hill, okay? So from 11:22 and 21 seconds to 11:31 and 54 seconds, you were up on top of the hill, okay, doing whatever, and then you stop, you get in your car, okay? Or you stop and you're at one of the houses that are over there. You stop walking. You sit down on one of the porches outside where they're playing dice. Okay. And then you start to walk again because you have to get to your vehicle to then drive away. So what I wanted them to argue is that just like all these other times, Sheldon clearly stopped up on top of the hill by this time and then began walking, okay, by this time, 11:33 and 39 seconds, to physically start to walk to his car, get in his car, because this whole segment here includes the steps that will transpire at his house in Orchard, just like it's done every other time when he came back from Carlicia's the first time. Here's perfect right here. If he gets into his car at 10:10 to drive to go pick up the gout medicine, he's registering 80 from 10:07 to 10:16. He's registering 162 steps. That tail end, it starts at his house in Orchard Street, but it ends when he gets out of his vehicle to get the gout medicine from his uncle or from whoever the fuck he got it from. Then he gets back into his vehicle because this is all still running. He gets back into his vehicle and he's driving, and then he's seen at 10:18 on the Dollar General camera. And so if he left his house at 10:10, all right, do you see how this falls into that area of where the beginning parts of these steps were taken, just like in the Karen Reed case, the beginning parts of the steps were at the waterfall. And then for what's her tits, Jennifer McCabe, when she's getting and arriving at the house where her, sister lives, you can see that because she has her phone, it all the way that it breaks down, you're able to get like way more information. Okay. And when you compare it to John O'Keefe's, we're able to at least see that, yeah, see how the steps started here, but they didn't just end because they got into the car. They continued on that one line because she's then taking steps when she's at that house, and they're registering on that line. And so this would be steps taken at Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s house, as well as wherever he got the gout medicine. And then he gets back into his vehicle, and then he's driving. And then he's seen on 10:18 cameras, and then he's up on the top of the hill up at Carlicia's to then bring her the gout medicine where he gets out. And so here's the new ticker with the 82 steps. So when you actually go to the second trip, what it looks like to me, and I think that you would have a professional expert opinion that would be able to explain this to the jury, especially if we started throwing things in. I mean, this is not even doing like pocket state. This is the bear of the bear. And all I wanted to show is that Sheldon is up on that hill. Okay. And he clearly sits, he clearly stops moving because this fucking thing stops. Okay. And then he begins to start walking again up on that hill at 11:33 and 39 seconds, which kicks in this next. And he arrives back at his house at 1:30 or 11:39. Okay. 11:38, 11:39. And he gets out of his vehicle. Okay. And look at his Bluetooth, the Traverse Bluetooth. He hits something, but the Bluetooth registers, and you can see him physically getting out, and he's like locking up the car. I don't know if that's how that happened, but it's on his phone in his dump. You can see here 2 flights of stairs between 11:40 and 11:41. He's already physically out of that car at his own home at 11:39. And these flights of stairs, just like how he got him over here when he would arrive back home, because his room's upstairs. Okay. But this all is within that 2 flights is within the 11:33 to 11:42. So what I did tests on is if I start walking to my vehicle at 11:33 and 39 seconds, then I get into my vehicle. Okay. then this is what they're claiming happened. That Sheldon, okay, would have had to then get out of the vehicle on his way down this hill. Get out of his vehicle in the middle of Keel Street and make Tyreek Pugh get out of his vehicle as well, because he's in the vehicle still. Makes him get out of his vehicle in the middle of Keel Street at the sharp end and puts 7 bullets in him. All the while, you have to be seen at 11:35 and 56 seconds on the Cousins 2 camera because you're driving away from there. And how this is not possible is that go ahead and try to get in a vehicle at the top of the hill of Keel Street, okay? It's going to take you from 11:33 and 39 seconds to that. You're going to have to just drive straight to that point, okay? Like you can't get out of a car and think you're going to shoot somebody a bunch of times and then get back in your car and still be able to make it on that camera at 11:35 and 56 seconds. You're not fucking doing that. There's no fucking way. Okay. Also, when you look at the crime scene and you see where these shell casings are located, Sheldon must have been doing laps or Sheldon must have not been the driver, because the shots and the shell casings where the first 4 land, shouldn't even call them the first 4, but where 4 of them are located are if you stop your vehicle going down a hill and you stop and they're on the brush side, so the right side, which is the passenger side of the vehicle, it means that the person was shooting from getting out of the passenger side of the vehicle. Shooting where? Where to? Where's Tyreek Pugh at? Where are you putting the man's body's in the middle of the road? And then you have 3 shell casings, which are sprawled out on the left side of the vehicle, in the middle, rolling down this hill and located at various points in the middle of the street. And it's like, how did these shell casings get where they got? It's because I believe the first 4, when I saw the first 4 that were in the brush, those are planted. And the other 3 are where they're at because then somebody stood over his body and put the shot in between his head, standing over him. They get it right when they call on this opinion. There was all these different angles that Tyreek's autopsy produced of the way that he would have there was no DNA on that car. Tyreek Pugh's DNA, blood, nothing. Okay. And for the way that his body is just laying supine on his back, face up, okay, is not indicative of somebody suffering and being twisted around by being shot a bunch of different times. But this person would have had to be moving all over to say, I'm just going to stand at this angle now and shoot you from over here. And it's like it was like 2 people. Now think about this. Then you have to back up your car a little bit, I guess, because he's in the middle of the road, to then drive around and to be on that camera within all of this happens in 2 minutes. I'm telling you, you can't physically get down to the hill to be on the camera in 2 minutes. You'd have to be flying down that hill because you have to take a couple of the different side streets in that area. Those roads suck. Okay. It's so tight. And they think that all of this happened. Like I said. And so they're trying, what they argued to me, and this is when I got into it with lawyers, okay? They're trying to say, no, Sheldon's steps began at 11:33 and 39 seconds down on Keel Street where the shooting occurred. I said, oh, really? I said, you think so, huh? I said, so when did Sheldon walk to his car? I said, so Sheldon's up on top, okay, gets out of the vehicle, and gets back into the car, right? And then that would require him to do what? Like, how does he walk back? How are you not counting any steps of him walking to get back into the car? I was like, that's the part that you're missing. If I stop up on the top of the hill and I'm doing whatever for this first 10 minutes here, okay, these steps clearly should only be 82. If I just walk to my car, if I just walk to the house and back, there's all these additional steps which are up top. How do you figure for that? Why would there be all those extra steps? What's going on up at the top of the fucking hill at Carlicia's house? What the fuck is going on up there? This isn't someone just walking over to the house and supplying gout medicine on the ledge and then leaving. And this is nobody that went up a flight of stairs or anything like that. Okay. And you got Carlicia Williams lying about the first trip. I said next, I said, either way you slice and dice it though, right? You're putting this shooting occurring in the middle of the street where anybody could be coming up and anybody could be coming down. Like, why wouldn't you walk Tyreek Pugh off to the side into the woods and shoot him? Why would you shoot him in the middle of the street where that body is going to be literally found almost instantaneously, not too long after, right? If you're saying that Sheldon's driving down the hill and just decides, you know what, motherfucker, stops the car, pulls his gun, get out of the car, just get out of the car. And then how does Sheldon get to the side of to walk around the vehicle and puts himself on the passenger side up against the brush because that's where the casings are? And now how does Tyreek Pugh, if he is in fact Sheldon is the shooter, how does Tyreek Pugh be laying the opposite way? The killer has to be facing up the hill in order for Tyreek Pugh to be laying the way that he's laying, not the opposite. If Sheldon's on the high side of him, as the shell casings would indicate, Tyreek Pugh, his body would not have his feet beginning. His head and his feet would have to change places. And this is why I was like, Scott Roeder, you have to take this case. Okay, this is a staged crime scene. But this was so planned. And it was, hey, we're following Sheldon. Hey, as soon as he is driving past, and he's not speeding. He's driving just the speed limit. And he goes at 11:35 and 56 seconds when he's being seen on Two Cousins camera on Franklin. He just that's a straight shot. There's all these. He drove right past the police department that's on the right. Okay. And it's literally, he's 3 minutes from his house. Okay. And he arrives back. Now get this. He arrives back and he walks calmly. He does not seen running into the house. Okay. He's seen the same way that he left in the same clothes, and like nothing's changed. He gets out. He hits some button, does something that the Bluetooth picks up his phone for whatever reason, but he registers 2 flights of stairs within a minute and 4 seconds. Okay, which means he went up to his bedroom. His grandfather's room's up there as well. I don't know if he was looking for his grandfather. I don't know. I mean, he went up those stairs twice. They want to say that he tried to wash his clothes and went down to the basement and threw his clothes. I said, then why didn't he wash them? Did they actually go through the cycle? Why are they found upstairs in his room? I said, but better yet, fuck all of that. I said, why would he take the gun that you guys claim is the murder weapon and take it out and put it underneath his mattress, sleep with it underneath his mattress, right? Then you have the cops come to your house to interview you, to give this death notice, right? Then they all have to leave. Okay. And why wouldn't he try to have gotten rid of the gun between the time period of the cops coming at 3 a.m. and then they left because they did not come back over to that house until hours later. And so I asked the family, I said, who came over in the morning? I said, who had access to this gun that they want to say is a murder weapon? Who had access to being able to put a gun that they were maybe using because you're a felon? And I can't imagine that Sheldon Jeter Jr. would be so fucking dumb to go and buy a gun. He's never bought a gun in his whole entire life until 6 weeks before this homicide that he goes and buys a gun. And then he decides, I'm going to use this gun in a homicide that I bought it in March, at the end of March. And I'm going to use this gun in a homicide, leave the shell casings there. But in the Rachel DelTondo case, I took those and then come home. And in the Rachel case, I threw it in the river or some shit. Like, that gun has never been found to this day, will never be found. But then this homicide, I come home and sleep with the murder weapon. Who believes that? Nobody should believe that. Absolutely nobody should believe that. And if anybody does believe that, then you're an absolute fool. Now, I'm a timeline person, so I want to point out the biggest part of this timeline that just doesn't make any sense, okay? I'm going to show you guys from, I think you'll appreciate this. Town and country, two totally different. We have Chuck. Before we get into the police of Trombetta. We need the.
Sir, can you state your full name and date of birth for me?
Michael Morley.
You're going to walk with him tonight, were you?
No.
Who's that? Drew, what happens?
Okay. Now, my son and I just got back from Sharon, PA.
Okay.
At about 11:30. And
Right
my
there.
wife.
Listen to this. So this is one of the first interviews. There's 4 main people that we want to take a look at here. And these are the people that there's a body in the middle of the road. And there's a gentleman by the name of Brandon Wexler, who is this. Brandon Wexler says that he was interviewed by Trooper McGeary. And Trooper McGeary says, I spoke with Brandon Wexler near the scene. Brandon Wexler reported that he left his residence and drove to the Sheets in Rochester. After leaving Sheets, he drove to Keel Street. Wexler related that he was going to Aliquippa to hang out with his friends, Preston and Jean. Now, this is a father-son combo that he's going to be hanging out with. It is during COVID, and the kid that doesn't live at the house in Aliquippa that he's going to see. That's his friend. Like, he's like the younger kid that's like his age. Then it's like the dad. Well, according to the dad, okay, Preston and Gene. So Gene is the dad to Preston. He said that him and his son returned back from Sharon, Pennsylvania at about 11:30. Okay, Sharon, PA is an hour away from Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. The address that his son had was in Sharon, Pennsylvania. Okay, he doesn't say that my son shows up at my house. He said, me and my son returned from being in Sharon, Pennsylvania. Okay. And so this is the audio recording at 1 a.m. from the dad.
I know it's tomorrow, but yesterday, last night, were you at home?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of walk me through what happens.
Okay. Now, my son and I just got back from Sharon, PA.
Okay.
At about 11:30. And my wife had eaten dinner, gotten her shower, and was going to bed.
Okay.
My son and I
They're coming from, or?
Well, we knew it was coming from this direction, but to me it sounded pretty muffled. Okay, I've been in the military, and I fired a lot of guns.
Right.
I don't know if somebody uses a suppressor, and I do know that there is somebody in the neighborhood that does have one.
Who's that?
Well, I don't want to give the name because I don't want to end up like that guy.
I don't want to give the name because I don't want to end up like that guy. Okay, so let's back this up. So Brandon Wexler, he lives over in Rochester. He says he's going to come to Aliquippa to hang out with his friends, Preston and Gene. Preston, though, is in town because he supposedly has a job interview the next morning. And now you would think as a police officer, you'd ask, oh, where was your job interview? Why are you traveling at 11:30 at night, an hour away, and you have a job interview that's somewhere over here? So you were just going to spend the night at your parents' house? And wait, what? Like, none of this makes any sense. So Wexler states that he drove from Rochester to Aliquippa using State Route 51. After exiting at Keel Street from State Route 51, he drove up the hill and saw a body lying in the road. Now, the way that he was coming from, he isn't on Two Cousins' camera because he was coming from the opposite direction. And so Two Cousins' camera does not have him. So we aren't able to put a timestamp on him from the bottom of the hill. But at the top of the hill, where Keel Street meets with Moreland and getting back into there with there's a Jones Street and another street, there is a camera on at 319 is the address on Keel, and it's at the top of the hill. So anyways, we'll get into that. So he said he's driving and there's a body in the middle of the road and there's blood, and he does not stop. He does not get out of the vehicle. He continues to go up the hill. Okay. He says there was blood coming from the body. Wexler did not call 911, believing that the shooter could still be in the area. Without getting out of this vehicle, he knows that there's a shooter and that the guy was shot versus that the guy was hit by a car, as the 911 caller is saying that the guy looked like he got hit by a car. So he makes this ridiculously claim in this interview and says, well, I didn't know if the shooter was still in the area. You know, it's not a good area. And so I didn't get out of the vehicle. And the cop catches him and says, wait, basically, how'd you know he was shot? Now I did some digging on Brandon Wexler. Brandon Wexler, this is not the first time they would ever flee the scene of an accident. Okay. It's happened in the past before. And you can go check him out and you can find it. But more importantly, I checked out his social media. And he literally has memes on his social media on Facebook. And he had about how you could frame and set up Black people, how police do it. And I was just like, wow, this is crazy, right? So I download all this stuff. I record it all. I am literally giving all of this stuff to the family and to these lawyers. Like, look at all this shit. You need to see this shit. This is wild. So Wexler continued to drive up the hill to Preston and Jean's house. Preston and Jean were already on the porch awaiting Wexler's arrival. Wexler exited the vehicle and told Preston and Jean that there was a body lying in the road and that they needed to call 911. He has his own cell phone, yet he doesn't call 911. Jean and Preston got into Wexler's vehicle. You know, he was scared. Now he's going to take his two friends with him down back where he thought there could still be a shooter in the area. The fuck? No, this doesn't make any sense at all. Okay. But nonetheless, he gets up the hill, he's flying. He says he gets out of the car and he runs and tells them, "Oh my God, you guys, we got to go. There's a body in the middle of the road. We got to call police." And they just pile in his vehicle and they just go back down. And now the camera on the address of 319 catches all of this. But wait till you see what they try to say, the 319 house on Keel Street. Wait till you see what they try to do about this camera. So they get back down to where the body is, and Jean and Preston got, like I said, into Wexler's car. They drove back down there. Once they arrived, and it just takes, like I said, 2 minutes to drive up, 2 minutes to drive down, right? Maybe a little bit of change. But they get out of the vehicle, and when they get on scene, once they arrived, Wexler reported that there was an older gentleman in a silver minivan on scene calling 911. Not that 911 was already called, but that he's calling 911. Wexler stated that when he drove up the hill to Preston and Jean's house, he did not see anyone walking up or down the hill. He further related that a car did not drive past him traveling the opposite direction, nor did he see anyone making a right-hand turn onto State Route 51. The only cars he saw were parked along Franklin Avenue. And I call bullshit on that. You're not able to see those cars from where he was turning on to get on the keel. Wexler did not hear any gunshots. Wexler estimated that the time it took him from initially seeing the victim and then driving to Preston Jean's house and coming back to the scene was less than 2 minutes. He says that he did all of that in less than 2 minutes. And I'm saying, no, it's probably like 2 minutes up and then 2 minutes down. But whatever. Wexler could not identify the victim and stated that he has never seen him. Wexler described his vehicle that was inside the tape as a Kia Sorento. Okay. Now, the dad of his buddy, his name is Eugene. They call him Eugene. He lived on Moreland Street, which is up on top of the hill. There's Moreland, then there's like Jones is like this. It's just, there's a couple streets up there. Now check this out. Okay, remember, they were saying that this shooting had to have happened in Sheldon. I mean, there's only a tight window here because he's seen on the camera at two cousins at 11:35 and 56 seconds. And it takes at least 30 seconds to drive from where Tyreek Pugh's body was to be on that camera. So, and then you have to like commit this crime, right? But then you also have to come from on top of the hill, right? Okay. No, this is wild. And I'm like, this is physically impossible.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, I will say he lives up here on Shaw Street, and okay, I'll give you his first name. That's all I know. His name is Mike. I even have a picture of the weapon. That
Is Mike a white or black guy?
he's a black guy. I was drinking vodka with him. He showed me this gun.
You weren't drinking vodka with him tonight.
Okay. This gives you a nice little look of the area. This is, if you guys want to go back and watch these videos I did, this is like a documentary that I put together. But right here is
Vodka with him.
okay. Two Cousins is this red dot. Okay, that's the building. And then you guys can see how Keel Street is. It's runs along the side of it. Franklin is the main road. Okay, so the cameras, there's one that's facing and pointing to the back, so you can kind of catch it right here, a car. And then right here. And then like when you're right here. So it's, I mean, I think the dude had like 24 cameras.
Who showed me this gun?
You weren't drinking vodka with him tonight.
This in all yellow is that 51 Street, which is like a highway type of, it's like a just think about like a highway.
Night, were you?
No.
Welcome to, okay. So, and the date of action. Okay, so here's the dad. He says that he arrived home from Sharon, Pennsylvania with his son around 11:30. Around midnight, he and his son stepped out on the porch. Midnight. Him and his son stepped out on the porch and heard multiple gunshots. About 10, according to Aldridge. Okay? Eugene. You guys, he gets home at 10. They get home at 11:30. Do you want to know why this is like surreal? Because why didn't the cops go and check and see what time Eugene or Sheldon's attorneys and use these people for a timeline? What time did Eugene and his son Preston truly arrive home? If it's at 11:30, okay, and if you're able to show that, right? And then, as he said, he's like, yeah, when I got home, my wife's making her dinner. She's having her, shower, all of this shit. Then at midnight is when he's saying around midnight, he and his son step out on the porch. It's a big old porch, big old homes up there. And they heard multiple gunshots, about 10 of them. Gene related that the shots sounded like they came from the direction of the scene. The shots sounded muffled. And Gene believed the shots were fired from a gun that was equipped with a suppressor. A suppressor. Like a silencer. And literally he says, just a couple weeks ago, I'm hanging out with a guy up here who lives up here. And he was showing me this new gun that he had with a suppressor on it. And so Gene says, he continued to relate that he knew someone in the neighborhood with a suppressor on his gun. This individual he knew as Mike. Mike had shown Gene this gun and he took a picture of it. And Gene provided that to PSP. After hearing the shots, now listen to this. He's seen the shots around midnight. He's saying after he hears the shots approximately 10 minutes, Gene reported that Wexler came flying up the road and yelled, call 911. There's a body lying in the road and he's dead. Yeah, suppressor like a silencer. Yes. Gene and his son and Wexler got into Wexler's car and drove to the scene to verify Wexler's story. Gene stated that when he arrived on scene, he saw the victim lying in the road with a gunshot wound to his head. It was immediately apparent that the victim was deceased. There was another individual on scene who had already called 911. The victim appeared to be a guy who used to live in the neighborhood known as Ronnie. Gene was not exactly sure, but stated, it just looks like him, man. So Gene related that he, Wexler, and his son exited the vehicle to check on the victim. However, neither of them touched anything. It should be noted that there has been zero evidence or information to suggest that Mike was involved in this crime. Furthermore, the picture of the gun, which Gene provides, shows the gun to be a 9mm. It is known that 38 caliber rounds cannot be fired from a 9mm handgun. He says way more than that in this interview. Like this report, but let's just go with the simple fact of we have a huge timeline discrepancy here. Okay. Now, when they interview Gene's son says that he lives in Sharon, Pennsylvania, and that his parents live up on the hill on Moreland Street. His name, Preston, is Dwayne Preston, so he goes by Preston. Preston stated that he had a job interview in the morning and was spending the night at his parents' house. Well, then why is your buddy coming over with, like, I don't know, drinks to hang out if you have a interview the next morning? And remember, Sharon, Pennsylvania is like an hour away. You're going to drive an hour to work. Like, where is this? You get over there at 11:30 to take for an interview. Like, none of this makes any sense. And it's during COVID. Who's doing job interviews during COVID? This is like prime time of COVID. Like, everything was shut down. This is May of 2020. Ain't no bars open. Ain't no shit. Nothing. In March, remember, after St. Patrick's Day in 2020, March to May, it was like ghost towns, man. Anyways, he said that he was outside of his parents' residence on the front porch and heard gunshots, approximately 10 of them. He said he was raised around guns and is familiar with guns. Preston believed all the shots came from the same gun and the shots were in succession. Preston related that the shots did not overlap. None of them overlapped. I don't recall any of that in that interview, but Preston said, the next thing I know, after these gunshots, the next thing I know, my buddy comes up, almost flying up here, runs out of the car. Preston's friend Brandon Wexler informed him someone was shot on Keel Street and they needed to call 911. Dude, how did you know he was shot? He didn't get out of the car. How does Brandon Wexler know that someone is fucking shot? The 911 caller thinks that somebody was hit by a car. Preston estimated that Brandon pulled up to his house within 10 minutes of when he heard the gunshots. So if he was shot, if Sheldon did it, right? He had to have shot Tyreek Pugh after 11:31, but before 11:36. And so the police said that Sheldon did the shooting at 11:34. That's the time of the crime. They're saying is 11:34. Preston said he and his father and Brandon, they drove back down Keel Street towards the body. They drove to the scene in Brandon's vehicle and he pointed to a Kia. Preston related that when they pulled up to the body, a guy in a van was already on scene. Preston stated that he observed a gunshot wound between the victim's eyes. Preston reported he was still on scene when the police arrived. Okay, ready? Again, Preston reported he was still on scene when police arrived. Does that sentence sound like he was there before the police arrived? Next. And now here's your interview that they wanted to say is the interview of the 911 caller. But I'm actually going to play you the interview of the 911 caller. I'm going to play you the 911 call. And I'm going to play you all of these interviews. These are the reports, though. Joseph Richardson. He lives at 112 Jones Street, which is literally the neighbor across the street from Carlisha Williams. Joe Richardson stated that he owns the house at 112 Jones Street. Again, we have 1-1s in here and 2s. Because he works for American Airlines. But that's not his permanent address. His permanent address is located in Darren Center, New York. This is wild. He says that he only stays at that residence up on Jones Street while he is working. And his actual residence is in Darren Center, New York. Joseph Richardson also has a son by the same name. And while Joseph Richardson, the 911 caller, is in like his 60s, he's like 62 at the time, his son was in his late 20s, early 30s. Supposedly living with him, but we'll get into all that later. Now, Joe stated that he was working the second shift at the airport that night and is done at around 11. However, he didn't leave work until 11:15. Did the police go, or did Sheldon's lawyers go and get any information that would lead one to corroborate this? And the answer is no. Nobody from American Airlines was interviewed. There's no nothing. Okay. Richardson said he traveled north on State Route 51 and then gets off at the exit for Aliquippa. Richardson then makes the left turn onto Keel Street to travel up the hill to his residence on Jones Street. Richardson stated as he rounded the bend on Keel Street, he observed a body lying on the road face up. Richardson stated he later checked his phone and observed that he called the police at 11:39. Richardson did not see any other vehicles or people on Keel Street while driving up to the bend, and stated he was there. No one was at the scene when he arrived. Richardson stated when he observed the body lying on the road, he stopped his vehicle and got out to check on him. Richardson relayed he had a flashlight in his pocket. What? That's pretty convenient. And utilizing it, was able to see blood coming out of the victim's ears. Richardson stated that he did tap the victim on the right leg and he did not move. Joseph Richardson stated that within 30 seconds of getting out of the car, he was on the phone with 911. Now, we have they try to put the 911 caller in a Dodge minivan from the two cousins' camera at 11:37 and 37 seconds. Okay? And like I told you, it takes like 30 seconds to get to where the body was. And so that would mean that he's at the body at 11:38. Okay? The 911 call goes out. He's saying at like 11:39 and some change. So he waited like a minute, to call 911. But the issue is that it's a Dodge minivan on camera, and he was in a Town and Country minivan. And the reason it mattered is because Joe Richardson has 4 or 5 vans parked in his driveway at the time. Some without any license plates on them. This van had a temporary tag on it. Okay. So, Richardson stated that he stopped his vehicle on the bend and just up the hill enough that if someone came down the hill, they wouldn't hit the victim. Richardson stated that after the police got on scene, one of the officers asked if they could move his vehicle, and he said, sure. Upon arrival at the scene, Broader says, I observed a silver Chrysler Town and Country bearing Pennsylvania temporary registration blank parked just past the victim's body and in the crime scene. Just so you guys know, there is not one crime scene photo of this van in any pictures because they moved it out of the crime scene tape before they started taking their pictures. And the same person that moved Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s car is the same person that moved this van. Aliquippa police officer Alex Bitts. He was the first police officer on scene to find the body. He was just across the way, and you actually can see his vehicle on the two cousins' camera as well. And he did not turn his lights on, and he made no movement. It's as far as like lights or sirens or nothing. We have all of that on camera. Richardson stated a vehicle did come down Keel Street approximately 30 seconds after he hung up the phone with 911. And that would be Brandon Wexler. So Richardson stated that the male who got out of the vehicle stated he was already aware of the body and had driven past to go get his friends and come back. Richardson described the male as a white male with a red beard. Richardson stated that he stopped the males from going down to the body and no one other than him touched the body. Richardson stated he had lived in the area for approximately 5 years. Richardson also said that he does see people walking up and down the hill occasionally, but no one, consistently. That's not true. Listen to his interview. Richardson also stated he did not recognize the victim. Richardson was unable to provide any more information relative to our investigation. They did a neighborhood canvassing, okay, in this area. And every report is like 1 or 2 sentences. Okay. 1 or 2 sentences. Now, we're going to come back to this neighborhood canvassing because you guys know my intro to my show. And I can pull it up, but you see a guy sitting in a interview room, a white dude. And that's actually Brandon Wexler. Okay. And the reason I have that clip in there is because when I was going through all of this stuff with this discovery, I noticed that during his interview, first of all, they acted like they only ever interviewed him twice. They interviewed Brandon Wexler way more than that. Okay. But during Brandon Wexler's interview, they take him out of the interview room where it's being recorded audio and visually. And he says he has to go to the bathroom. And after they let him go to the bathroom, they don't bring him back into the audio recorded room. They actually have him outside of it looking at camera footage. Okay. And they want him to identify his vehicle. And one of the cops here, as this is happening, I enhanced the audio. I did a bunch of crazy shit so I could like then hear what they're saying through the door, or I'm sorry, through the wall, because the door's open. Then immediately this cop, PSP officer, he hurries up and closes the door because he knows that the audio and the video is running. Okay. So we hurry up and he closes the door so that to try to prevent the audio and the video from hearing this. Don't you think that this should have been brought up in court? Well, was it? Nope. Sheldon's attorneys didn't even know it exists. They don't even know it fucking exists. So let me show you. Okay, so first of all, this is my timed. Right here on the right is Dollar General. And so in front of me is actually Franklin. And it's where you would take a right after Dollar General to go then head up the hill. So here's this. Got it? Yeah. Okay, Franklin, Dollar General. So this gives you, and this is how Sheldon went to Carlicia's. What's that Lighthouse Mysteries? What's that all about? Look at this. I made this video like in 2021. That's why As you can see, I'm going like 30. It's 25. So this is all the way to get up to from Dollar General. This is the only way you can get to Carlicia's house, and you can get to Jones Street. I'm going. I have to make a left up here, I think.
Flat out impossible to do. Oh my gosh, a little doggy.
Like, dude, these roads are so super tight. I just want to show you guys something else. You see all this, the way that it all is around here. Like, why would you shoot somebody in the middle of this road? Why wouldn't you walk them over into the, like, it's just the dumbest shit. Because up over there, there's like a park and there's like a basketball hoop over there. I mean, we're not even to Carlicia's yet. But the way that this is designed, I mean, if you're flying back up here, it's just right here. There's it on the corner right there. So this is Carlicia's house here on the corner. And now, as obviously, whoever was sitting back on that back porch patio would see any and every car that came through this way. So I call bullshit on people not knowing shit over there that was sitting on that back patio. Okay? This is what I believe happened, is that Sheldon pulled up right here and kept his car on this side of the road. And as you can see, when you're pulling up, he could even, right there is a driveway. If you make a right there, and you could just run right into the back. Okay. But there is no way that Sheldon made a right-hand turn here because it's only one way. So if you make a right here, then you have to go out, and that's what's going to take you down the hill the other way. Okay. But there you go. That's 2 minutes and 48 seconds for me to get to that position. Okay, that's 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Now, the next one I have so much material from this. This is like all my sweat, beer and tears right here. Then I have
Franklin, you make your first left and
there you go. You know, again,
911, where's your emergency? It is in Aliquippa. I wish I knew the name of this road, but when you get off 51, and you're going down Franklin, you make your first left and go right up the hill. Right up the hill. If you went down 50, immediate left off of Franklin Avenue once you came off 51. That is correct. Okay, what's going on there?
he doesn't know the name yet. He's lived there for 5 years. He does not know the name of the street.
It looks like a man got hit by a car. He's not in good shape. I don't even know if he's alive. Okay, you're right there in the sharp bend? Yes. Yes.
I just have to I have to pause right there. Hill.
Avenue once you came off Okay, and what's going on there? It looks like a man got hit by a car. He's not in good shape. I don't even know if he's alive. Okay, you're right there in that sharp bend? Yes. Yes, there's blood all over the road. It's thick and clotting. I don't think he's alive. Are you still there? Yeah, I'm still here. We're getting everybody sent up there. Can I have your name, please?
I want you guys to tell me.
Emergency. It is in Aliquippa. I wish I knew the name of this road, but when you get off 51, you go down Franklin, you make your first left and go right up the hill. Right up the hill.
Okay. So like Manac. Okay. So that's your 911 call. Then another thing I want to show you guys. 911 call. Then how about this? Grandfather thought I was coming to pick it up because he had a few strokes, so sometimes he has a hard time understanding like certain things. But he had Scatter called me, and he's like, "You still need the medication?" I said, "Yes." And he's like, "Are you coming to get it?" And I said, "I'm not driving. My mom left. She went to work." So Scatter was like, "Well, I guess he won't have me bring it, or have me drive him to bring it." And I said, "Okay." So I just want to call me, and he's outside.
What kind of medication is it?
It was gout medication. My grandfather and my stepdad take the same gout medication. My stepdad. Look at how young these PSP troopers are. Anyways, this is Carlisha Williams' interview, the one that I just told you guys about. He has not a fucking clue. And this happened in May 24th. Okay, now do you see this? Do you see this room right here? This is the same, very similar room that Brandon Wexler was in. And when they do the Brandon Wexler interview, okay, they need to really pound down Brandon Wexler's story because we're getting into this timeline, right? And okay, well, what do you mean you went past the body? When you there is actually somebody else that could have what do you mean you passed the body and you just kept on going? And then you get back to the body, right? And if you said that you already saw this and everything transpired, but yet 911 has already been called, so what time were you truly there? Because you would have actually been a witness to the crime. Because when you do the math, even in fact, Sheldon Jeter Jr. is your shooter, okay, and he has to have this shooting, he's going to be, whether he's finishing up the shooting or, moving the body, okay, how does Brandon Wexler not see this? Okay. Because they get back to the scene, meaning Brandon Wexler and his two peeps. By the time he takes you to drive, go back, you're getting back to that scene, you're saying, within 30 seconds of this man calling 911. How did you miss Sheldon leaving the scene? Then now her mom, Carlisha's mom, she works second shift. And guess which way she has to come home? She goes up the hill. the same way to get to her house. And so her interview is amazing. Okay. We're going to show you guys something. I want to show you.
But on Fridays I work.
So, for lack of better terms, we'll say driving up the hill. Did he give you any indication?
I was actually coming from Rochester. I started from. My address, which is the current address on my license. I'm staying with my parents.
What address is that?
85. I would go and chill, hang out, whatever you want to call it, with my buddies over there. The one is Preston. He's in the purple car, and the other one standing outside the police line is Gene. That's his father.
Okay. So Preston and Gene live over here?
Yes.
Okay.
They live. It's 103.
Were you at home?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of walk me through what happens.
Okay. Now, my son and I just got back from Sharon, PA.
Okay.
About 11:30. And my wife had eaten dinner, got in her shower, and was going to bed.
Okay.
My son and I stepped out on the porch, and it was, ballpark figure around midnight. And we heard multiple shots. I mean, it sounded like about 10 of them.
Yeah. 51, and then right up here.
Could you sense like what direction they were coming from, or?
I was thinking in my head.
Okay. If you get home at 11:30, and this gunshots would have had to be by between 11:34, you're not going to say that all of that stuff transpired and okay, by midnight, this is when this would have happened. Okay. You'd be saying, geez, I just had gotten home and literally heard this blah, blah, blah. Like right after we got home. Okay. You're not going to say that this occurred 30 minutes after you got home. Like that's a long gap. If you heard something relatively quickly, which it would have had to have been if it was Sheldon, the shooter. Okay.
It had to be between 11:30.
Now here's Joe Richardson.
Or I was thinking in my head, it had to be between 11:35 and 11:40. Well, it turns out I called police at 11:39.
11:39. Okay.
Yeah.
This is Joe Richardson's house. These are his vans.
Was there anybody else at the scene whenever you got here?
No.
One of them. Look at this. No license plate.
When you were coming up the street, did you see anybody walking away? Did you pass any other cars?
No.
Okay.
No. There was nobody. I just expected to come like every other night, come right around the bend, or go up and go home. That's it. You know.
Okay.
Very much surprised me to see somebody laying in the road. Like, what did you do?
Right here.
I thought, well, maybe
is where Tyreek's body was. Okay.
It's wet. He could have slipped and hit his head.
Okay, listen, it wasn't wet when he was shot. For him to say that it was wet, he could have slipped. Dude, it was not wet. It was not raining yet. Okay. The crime scene photos prove that. Tyreek Pugh was, whether he was placed there or he shot and landed there, it is dry. It was no rain yet. So to hear him say this is just absolutely fucking unbelievable that he would even make that comment, because it starts raining afterwards, and then they bring out the tent, the canopy to pop over his body.
Would have been drunk, or he might have got hit by a car. I couldn't tell, but I have this little flashlight I take out of my pocket, and I said, "Oh shucks, he's bleeding." You know.
That's an actual crime scene picture right there.
But when I looked closer, it's like blood was running out of his ear. I tapped him on the leg like that. You know.
Right there. See how it's dry underneath that police car right there? That's a police vehicle. They put this pop-up tent on later because it starts to sprinkle.
So I immediately called.
Okay.
I had to call him. I called apparently Aliquippa down.
That's that dry patch right there. They're trying to say that his minivan, what he's trying to say is that his minivan was parked in that spot there to prevent, because down
here,
as you continue to move to the left,
30 seconds of getting out of
Tyreek Pugh's body is over there. And I'm like, dude, how was his van parked? Okay, how was this van parked? Are you sure it wasn't like sideways? Because this doesn't make any sense to me. Which way was this van facing? Because he said he pulled up to block anybody that would be coming down the hill. And that's where Brandon Wexler and them came. So now, but check this out.
Okay. So, I mean, basically,
You can see the crime scene is about to start over there to the left. Okay, and I cut it
where your
off.
van's parked at right now, just past the body. Is that where you stopped at? Did you move the car at all after?
They did, yeah. They moved it up.
Who did?
When I came in, my lights hit him. As soon as that hit him, I went across the enough in case traffic came down the hill so nobody could run him over.
And who moved the vehicle?
One of the officers.
Right there to the left, Aliquippa police officer says, "Can we move you're moving something out of the crime scene. You understand? This is absolutely unheard of. You don't take, this is part of the crime scene. Okay? You what? You have to leave that vehicle there. And we need to see what type of vehicle that is." Aliquippa officer says, "Hey, can we move your car, your van?" There is not a picture that exists today, okay, unless one of those officers started taking pictures with their cell phones. But do you think that Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s team put in a discovery request of that? No.
Down there. Okay. They asked me if they could. I said, sure.
All right. So you see the body.
Galetti's to the right with the glasses on. Bix was to the left.
Pull your car into the middle of the road. You get out. You went over. You said you nudged his leg to see if he'd wake up.
Well, I said, "Oh no, this is bad." I go, "What?" So he wasn't moving. He wasn't saying anything. And I walked beyond, and I just tapped him on his right leg.
That is not a cell phone. That is a charger that's in blood.
Like that. And I hadn't even noticed all the blood on the road. I thought that was just like water.
Okay.
I shine the light on. I go, "Oh no, it was thick."
Yeah.
So when I called, I said, "I really think he's dead, to be honest with you, because it's just too much damage." You know?
Yeah. And while you were down there,
You thought he was hit by a car.
Other than his leg, did you touch anything else?
No.
Did you move any of his clothing? Nothing like that?
Nothing.
Okay. And it looks like there might be a cell phone next to the body. You didn't touch that at all? Or
No.
kick that or
I
anything?
saw
That's
that.
where it was
Not a
sitting
cell
at?
It
phone,
was
it's a
laying just
charger.
like that, face down in the river there of blood.
All right. And how long do you think it was until the other gentleman showed up here?
I would have to say, after I called the police, he showed up probably. The car came around the bend about 30 seconds after I hung up with the police.
Okay.
It was a very short call. And as I was waiting for somebody to come, they said they wouldn't be long. And this car came around, and I was flagging my light at him so he wouldn't maybe try to get around my van.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, we know about it. Because the other guy said he drove up the hill to his friends and then he said, we got to go back to see if he's dead.
That's the Kia car that's parked over here.
Because he thought the guy was dead.
Okay.
The guy laying on the road. I did not. I thought he got hit by a car.
Gotcha. And who was the one that was saying that to you, that you already went past it once?
The one that already went past it is a red-bearded.
The red-bearded one. Okay. So that's his vehicle, as far as you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said it was. He said it was. I didn't realize. I thought when he said he ran up the hill, I thought he was on foot.
Okay.
But no, it was his car. He just shot up the hill for, I guess he needed more eyes or something. Maybe he was scared of the dark. I have no idea.
Maybe he was scared of the
But
dark. What? Maybe he needed more eyes. You guys, what?
Just said that he saw it, ran up there, got his buddies, and they came back. So all three of them showed back
yes,
up.
because when I was trying to slow them down, make sure they didn't.
Okay, these are shell casings over here. That's off on the side where the passenger side would be if you open up the door. How do these shell casings end up over here?
Run them over. They said,
This is in the middle of the road.
we already know. He told us.
Okay. And when they got on scene, did they touch anything? Did they check the body?
No.
You see how you can see the yellow tape over here behind, it's behind the car, so it's inside. But if you look underneath that car, man, it's not dry underneath this vehicle, and it needs to be dry underneath that vehicle if it in fact came. So you can hear if they got home at 11:30, okay, and then they don't hear the gunshots that they heard until closer to 11:50, and then 10 minutes after they hear the gunshots, they hear that Brandon Wexler's flying up the hill or whatever, okay? I'm of the opinion that Tyreek Pugh, there was two sets of gunshots, okay? Because no doubt about it, did somebody stand over the body of Tyreek Pugh and shoot him between the eyes? That, I believe, happened, and it was right over once the body was already laying there, and he was already gone, okay? So then that would be gunshots. And if you're staging a crime scene, okay? But the gunshots that Carlicia's mother says that she heard, you got to see all these reports and what time they're saying they would have heard these.
No, they never got close to it at all.
They did not.
Okay.
Because where I was standing when I stopped them, that's as far as they went.
Okay.
And I was uphill from the body too.
Did anybody else show up other than paramedics and the firefighters, anything like that? Nobody else that you saw?
No. And they got here right quick. I don't think it was as many as 2 minutes. 2 full minutes they were probably up here.
Okay. And have you ever seen him before, the victim?
No, I don't believe I ever have.
How long do you think you've been down in the area?
I think I've been on the street for close to 5 years.
Okay.
Maybe 4 years anyways.
So you work at the airport and then just drive back on the weekends?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I started out, well, since I came here
Listen to this story now. Listen to this story. This is wild.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I started out, well, since I came here it's all driving because flights weren't easy. I used to fly back and forth.
Look at all these vans. 1, 2. I showed you the other one. This is me and my investigative work. These are my picks from the main street.
Okay. Yeah, keep a car each place. Finally, after renting once, I said, "No, I could buy a house here for $7,000." So I did.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at what is this green freaking cord going into the house? This is his house right here, and all this shit on this fucking steps.
Is there anything else that you think would be pertinent to the investigation? Anything I should know? Anything I may not have asked?
No, it's just that I was sad. It's a quiet neighborhood. I thought it was quiet, anyways.
Yeah.
You can hear a pin drop. I mean, in the summertime, kids walk around the block, but I'm on Jones Street, you know. So I just figured, because there was a guy, his name was Bill, and Bill used to walk up the hill, and I'd always coming around here at 11:30ish. Bill, you want to ride? Because he's coming from one of the bars or something.
Okay.
Very pleasant man. He passed away some years ago. Would he jump in? I'd give him a ride to his house, you know.
Yeah.
I thought this was one of them, you know.
Yeah.
They just going up the hill. But I mean, my other guy was my neighbor. I knew him, you know.
This is taking you the path of, if you go off of that address, how you would, where that address is into connection with where the hill is. And so how did it report back to the trace locate to 1140 Harmony Baden? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this is showing you how far away that is.
I mean, obviously, you're driving this road pretty often at the same time every night. Have you ever seen anybody else consistently other than Bill?
No, but there's...
Now, inside this Joseph Richardson's house, according to sources, there are tubs, like huge, and I'm like, dude, what is all that shit? Like, what is this house being used for? It's very, very, like, okay, when you make, what do they tell you when you're making like meth and shit? What do you need? It's very, very bizarre. Anyways.
There's seasonally in the summer, it's not uncommon to see somebody walking up and down this hill.
You have to cross the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge.
Say 10:30, 11, but I'm a first shift guy, but on Fridays
I'm a first shift guy. He works for American Airlines. I'm a first shift guy, but on Fridays, listen to this.
Say 10:30, 11, but I'm a first shift guy, but on Fridays I work an extra shift for another guy who wants off, you know, to make the extra money.
Yeah.
So on Friday I come up later, and I wasn't surprised to see somebody walking, perhaps. I was surprised to see somebody laying down.
Okay.
And my first thought was, the son of a gun's probably drunk and he's sleeping on the road. Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, I knew he was damaged. I go, he must have got hit by a car.
During investigation display, easily proven to be at Sheldon. Okay, so then member of the and like quote unquote family. Then I find out that the judge in Sheldon's case married the juror who is juror 3, who caused this big ruckus to happen, which is considered misconduct, potential jury tampering. But the juror 3 here, who is redacted, and her husband here, married by the judge who presided over Sheldon's case, okay? And she was neighbors. Those two were neighbors of Rachel DelTondo, and the husband saw the body. Member of the back similarities and purposefully. Then if you go back to 20 years ago is when you can really break down all the corruption which happened in the early 2000s. And so I was showing the history of contradicting statements. Aliquippa. This is the type of surveillance cameras that two cousins, okay, this is what you're looking at. When you zoom in, this is what it would look like. And as you can see here, this is the day of the murder at 11:35 and 44 seconds. And I said, I want to know whose these vehicles belong to. Because they're going up the hill.
And the everything surrounding.
And then this is at 11:47. And there's people that were out and around. And what I was trying to figure out is, did the cops ever try to go and see who these people were? Did you guys hear gunshots that night? And everybody's saying no.
Tyreek Pew's cameras actually ended up Pennsylvania's home to about 9, who was a part-time resident living on Jones Street, was the 911 caller.
Look at, I'm telling you, you cannot make this up. These vans. I'm like, what's up with these vans?
The night of
the camera's catching a different kind of van. Why would this guy have temporary tags on a van? Where's his actual vehicle? Like, when did he buy that van?
15.
Nobody did any work.
2020.
It is, get off 51. You go down Franklin, you make your first left. And
Now he claims that he called 911 at 11:39. Okay. We have 11:41 here.
right up the hill. Right up the hill.
Well, he's saying he looked at his phone and he's saying 11:39. Well, I don't know what the hell they were doing for 2 minutes.
It looks like a man got hit by a car bend. Yes. Yes, there's blood all over the road. It's thick and clotting.
Okay, so at 11:39 p.m., 911 call traced back to Joe Richardson's cell phone at the current location of Harmony Road. Then it quickly switches like that and says that he's in the middle of the road at Keel Street. Very odd, but the paperwork doesn't lie. Then at 11:41 and 47 seconds, dispatch, okay, is saying we're dispatching people. Andrew Galletti is not one of them, but yet he somehow arrives on scene at the same time as Officer Bitts. So Officer Bitts arrives at 11:42 and 10 seconds. Two Alcoa police officers dispatch and respond to victims. So Officer Bitts and Officer Trello. So 11:42 and 10 seconds and 11:43 and 50 seconds.
From Aliquippa, that would be. They were the only two.
That's Officer Bitts.
PSP arrive.
Officer Bitts. Okay. Then they originally put that Trooper Trombetta arrived at 12:10 and they switched this to 12:06. Okay.
The reports due to major crimes alone. Allowed to any
Tropa, that is Rachel's ex-fiance. He was a person of interest, but they said that he was cleared in Rachel's murder. This is the mayor at the time.
Before, the rape department has always been under the eye. The officer are on scene, and at that time, 06 a.m. Members of the Alcoa Police Department, as well as 4 civilians, were observed. But they say that
I want to go and look at.
Okay, as it looks like it was written over.
As you can see, 332. All those people
again because it was a different number.
So you're not getting over to Sheldon's house. I mean, unless all this is fucking lies. You can't have it both ways.
For what name the Aliquippa Police Department, then they have
Trooper Thomas, badge number 10847. Today's date's May 16th, 2020. Time is 01:14 hours.
Another checklist that you must complete is the street between Highland Avenue and William Street.
So I went through the whole entire investigation and some of the stuff to point stuff out, and they put that they did not move anything out of the crime scene. And it's like, yeah, you did. Again, none of this was mentioned in and at the trial for Sheldon.
The victim has a surgical face mask resting on his chin below his mouth.
So he had, because it was COVID, so his mask, like the surgical ones, it was pulled down. You know how people would just walk around with them and have them pulled down? That had no blood on it. No blood, because all of the blood that was coming out of the nose of Tyreek Pugh was flowing the opposite way of gravity. That normally, if your head's like, it's going to have to come this way. It was coming like this. And I said, hello. That means your head, after you are, going to start to bleed, whatever, your head has to be in a certain position for that to have happened, for the blood flow.
Oh. The mask was consistent with Pennsylvania guidelines for citizens in public settings due to the coronavirus pandemic.
Okay, so if you're at the bottom of the hill, or like if you're standing at where his feet are, right down here. So I made this, I created this so I could show you guys. This would be on the left side of the hill, okay? But if you were driving up the hill on the wrong side of the road, his feet are down at the bottom, and so his head's like up at the top. So he's not the opposite direction, which is how does he get in that position? And he's just laying on his back like that. Like nothing's twisted. You know when someone drags you and your clothes start to ride up? That's what his t-shirt looks like.
The victim. A firearm was used in the commission of this crime, but no firearms were located at the scene. Brandon was the first person to report seeing the victim's body in the street.
Okay, so that's the gun that they're saying is the murder weapon and was literally just bought 6 weeks ago. And Sheldon just had bought it. And just decides, hey, I'm going to commit a crime with this gun.
Was the first person to report seeing the victim's body in the street. The victim had no relationship. You arresting somebody without investigating anything.
There was no, no investigation done. In fact, they did not go and obtain the two cousins' camera like they said that they had all these notes on, and they just were doing it in the middle of the night when it was closed during COVID. They go to the sheets where Brandon Wexler said that he went and purchased stuff before he left. So Brandon Wexler is seen making a purchase with the sheets on 5/15/2020 at approximately 11:23. Okay. Brandon Wexler is seen exiting sheets and getting into the Kia Sorento. Wexler is seen pulling out of sheets onto Virginia Avenue. Manager Butch advised that it is not possible for her to view real-time camera footage to determine if the time is accurate. However, Butcher maintained if the time is not exact, it is very close. A request for the camera footage to be downloaded was forwarded by Sheets pending callback and footage available. Utilizing the Maps application on the PSP Beaver Criminal Investigation Unit Cyber device, it indicated that it would take approximately 13 minutes to get from Sheets to where the deceased was located. So if you add 11:23 and you add 13 minutes, I agree. Yes. Amen. Ridiculous that there are seemingly no sanctions for these departments. None. And they tried to blame that two black people, one of them murdered another black person, and just not what happened. And everybody is just willing to accept that. And it's like, why? That's ridiculous. This is not what happened. Amen. Amen to that last commenter. But here it's just like, oh yeah, see, he was at the sheets at 11:23, and you had 13 minutes, so it's 11:36. But then they have a problem with the Keel Street camera at 3:19 at the top of the hill. So they tried to say that they only interviewed Brandon Wexler twice, and I was able to prove that they certainly did not. They did definitely interviewed him more than twice. But here they said that on May 21st, they called Brandon Wexler into the station, and Brandon Wexler went there. They never interviewed anybody else a second time except for one person, and that was Brandon Wexler. On 5/21/2020, at approximately 12 noon, I spoke with Wexler at the PSP barracks. Wexler reported that he left his residence where he lived with his parents and drove directly to the sheets, stating that he was about a 2-minute drive from his parents. He entered the store and purchased his items. They won't ever talk about what he purchased. It was like party stuff. When he left the sheets parking lot, he made a right towards East Rochester. Wexler drove through the AutoZone parking lot and then made a left turn onto State Route 65. He then traveled across the bridge to Monaca onto State Route 51 to the Keel Street exit of Aliquippa. Wexler related that there was minimal traffic on the road that evening. Wexler reported that when he exited from State Route 51 and made a left onto Keel Street, he did not see anyone walking or anyone driving on Keel Street or at the intersection. And this is what I'm telling you guys is 100% impossible. He would have ran into Sheldon Jeter Jr. at 11:36, at 11:35. Okay? He would have seen him fleeing the scene. He would have seen the shooter. He doesn't see anything. He says, though, that he did see the body. And so Wexler related that there were cars parked on Keel Street, but he assumed those belonged to the residents who lived on Keel Street. Wexler reported that those cars are always parked there. He did not see any cars or people in the church parking lot. After arriving on scene, Wexler stated that he never got out of the car and he did not hear anything such as branches breaking in the woods. After seeing the victim, Wexler drove up the hill to Moreland Street. Wexler admitted to driving quickly to his friend's house, exiting the car, and telling his friends that they needed to come with him because there was a body in the street. Wexler reported that it took him less than 2 minutes to drive from Moreland Street back to the victim. He actually said that it took him 2 minutes total. Wexler reported that Gene was at his neighbor's house that next day. The neighbors, Mike and Brittany, stated that they heard the whole incident was over the robbery of a stimulus check. Mike was later interviewed by Trooper McGeary and I. That report will be authored by Trooper McGeary. At 12:24, Trooper McGeary and I show Brandon Wexler the surveillance video obtained from a nearby residence that showed his vehicle driving up Keel Street to Moreland Street. This is when he takes Wexler out of the room and is showing them this, and then he runs to hurry up and close the door so that nothing can be heard. So Trooper McGeary and I showed Wexler the surveillance video obtained by a nearby residence, which is 319 Keel Street. It's at the top of the hill. And this video showed that a vehicle was driving up Keel Street to Moreland Street. The timestamp of the DVR is 12:04. Ooh, daddy. 12:04. Okay. However, the timestamp of the DVR is wrong, they said. Wait, what? Wexler identified the vehicle shown on the surveillance video at the time as the vehicle he was operating that night, which means you're at the top at 12:04, which coincides exactly with what who said. It coincides exactly with what Gene and Preston talked about, that they got home around 11:30. His wife was getting eat, bathe, all this crap, and that they go outside, and it was probably like around like midnight. Wexler identified the vehicle. Why they closed the door is because Wexler is saying that that's not the right time. Wexler is saying things, whatever he's saying, or they're telling him, don't worry about the time, just identify your vehicle. They're saying a whole bunch of stuff, but why are you have to keep that from the video? If that's the whole purpose that you're having an interview, is so that it's recorded. How is this not shown to the jury? If you're a lawyer, how do you not show that to the jury? If I saw that as someone that was on the jury, that they were trying to hide what the hell was going on about the secrecy of the Keel Street camera, and that they got the owner to say, hey, the camera's off like 43 minutes, but I went ahead and I changed it by myself, so it's all right now. What? Have you ever heard of such statements? So then I said, I want to hear the interview of Carlicia's mom. Carlicia's mom says that she lived with her daughter Carlicia at the Jones Street address. Carlicia's mom stated that her name is, she seems really nice, Melinda. Melinda said that she has been living with Carlicia since December of 2019 to help with the grandchildren. Melinda said that her husband, Benjamin, also lives there. He is the one that needed the gout medication. Melinda said it all started earlier in the day on May 15th, 2020, when she was in the car with Carlicia. Melinda said that they saw Emmanuel and Michael Moreland at TBJ's in Aliquippa, and they turned around to go talk to them. Melinda said that her husband's foot was so swollen from gout and he was unable to walk or go to work. Melinda said that Michael spoke to Melinda on the phone while her and Carlicia were there, and said when he was done doing what he was doing, he would drop off a few of Emmanuel's gout pills for him. Later that evening, Melinda, while she was on a break at work, she called Carlicia to see if Michael had dropped off the medication yet. Melinda said that Carlicia told her no, and she was going to call Michael and see when they were coming. Melinda said that Carlicia then texted her back and said they are going to bring up the medication. Again, wouldn't you want to see when these text messages were if you were the police? Where are these text messages? They didn't do anything. Melinda responded to Carlicia with a smiley face emoji, and that was about it, about the medication. Now, if you're Sheldon Jeter's attorney, wouldn't you say, hey, we need this discovery? Like, you guys have to have this stuff. Where is it? Melinda stated she times herself on her way home from work, and it takes her approximately 20 minutes. Okay? Who times themselves? But that's awesome. Melinda said that upon arrival at home, she observed her husband was sitting on the back porch. Melinda said that she sat down on the back porch with him briefly and then went into the house to get a garbage bag to clean up the mess on the back porch. And it's like, hey, wouldn't you want to see who was out on that back porch? What do you mean? What kind of a mess are we talking about? Were people hanging out? What was it, a party up there? What was going on? Right? No, the cops don't care. Melinda stated that when she was cleaning up the mess on the back porch, they heard what she described as only three gunshots. Not 10, 3. Melinda stated that she believed this took place approximately 30 minutes after she got home from work. Okay, so it matters on what time she got home from work, right? Melinda stated that she believed it was firecrackers going off, and her husband stated it was gunshots. Melinda stated it became very quiet after the gunshots, and she did not see any vehicles go past her house. It was very quiet. The cops were supposedly there when, and sirens are going off, right? Where's all that? When's all that shit start, right? Melinda stated it became very quiet after the gunshots, and she did not see any vehicles go past her house. Melinda stated where the body was found is the way she came home from work that night. So here is another person that is going to say that they traveled up the hill. And so I was like, okay, what does she say? Well, Melinda said that she got home from work at approximately 11:20. You guys, 11:20 puts Sheldon is at that house or relatively right there in the area. Like, can we get some GPS on Sheldon? Where's Sheldon's GPS? What do we got? So Melinda states that when she got home from work at approximately 11:20, her husband, Carlisha, and her grandchildren were the only people at the house. Wait, what? Do you understand that this is crazy? Sheldon is seen on the Dollar General cameras at 11:18. Okay? Driving up the hill, which means he's going to be at the house just after 11:20 to 11:21. That's when Sheldon starts taking his steps. 11:22 and 21 seconds. And she is claiming that she didn't see Sheldon. Sheldon walked up to the door supposedly and gave the pills, right? Now, Melinda stated that she does not know who Tyreek Pugh is, but she does know Sheldon. Melinda stated that when she got home, she went into the kitchen and she did not see Sheldon or Pugh at her residence. So she does not believe they were there. Melinda stated that she did not see anyone walking on her way home and did not observe any other vehicles on Keel Street. Melinda stated that she did not see any vehicles parked along the roadway on Keel Street, and she did not see any vehicles parked in the church parking lot on Keel Street. I then asked Melinda if her husband did get the gout medicine that night, and she said he did. Is everybody starting to get the picture that it doesn't seem like Sheldon went to Jones Street house, Carlisha's house, for the second trip, and that he would have traveled further down on Jones Street for whatever reason? Because that's what it seems like to me. Because otherwise, basically, Sheldon and this woman would be getting there at the same time. So, Melinda stated that when her and her husband finally went into the house for the night, Carlisha's oldest daughter handed her husband more medication. Melinda stated that this grandkid told them, here is the other pills my mom forgot to give you. Not Sheldon gave it to me. My mom forgot to give you. So this kid says, here, I got this from my mom. Okay. Here are these other pill. How does Carlisha have the second batch of pills if she didn't know that? Why would she ever give the pills to give to the kid? It's all getting... Unfortunately, lots of this data info, if it wasn't gathered, oh, it's there. We got it. We're good. And it's 7 to 10 years. Sheldon's fine. Why would his lawyers do this like him? Yeah, because it's when you get paid both ways. This is what you call... That's the best question so far. Jamie says, why would his lawyers do him like this? because his lawyers got paid both ways. Somebody, in my opinion, paid his lawyers to tank the fuck out of this case. Because no one is dumb. No one is this dumb, Santa Cola. I know, Santa Cola, you just love them plea bargains, baby. You a fool. And all this shit gonna come out here real soon. This is where it gets even better. So here, the mom, Carlicia's mom, is saying that she received pills from the kid. But the kid was like, "Here, my mom forgot to give you these." Well, where the hell is Carlicia? If she's home, where is she? She's in her room doing her, what is it? Watching TV and doing a business plan. The fuck out of here on a Friday night during COVID business plan. When you just pleaded guilty and you're going away for federal prison time, but hey, didn't do any of that time. You guys know who gets off on that type of stuff, right? Now, Melinda stated that this kid, her grandchild, did not say who dropped off the medication. Melinda stated at some point while she was at work, the medication was dropped off, but she did not know when or what transpired. Melinda stated she has seen Michael's Traverse in the past, but did not see it parked on Jones Street that night when she got home. So now she's claiming that Sheldon wasn't there, nor was this Traverse there that she could see. And again, this is going with more of my scenario, which is, yeah, Sheldon. Why can't we get into Tyreek Pugh's phone? Who was Tyreek talking to? Who was he texting with? What was going on with Tyreek's phone? And how did the cops not be able to get into that? To the point that it looks like Sheldon, hey, come down here. We're down here at this house. Just drop it off. I'm down here. But did it through Tyreek's phone, not Sheldon's phone. Anyways, moving on. Melinda stated that her husband was home all night and we could ask him if he would be willing to talk to us. Melinda also described her vehicle as a silver Nissan Versa and stated she went up Keel Street Hill on her way home. Melinda stated that she believed she would have been on Keel Street a few minutes before she got home, which she believed that she got home at 11:20. Four sentences. Listen to this. So when Brandon Wexler mentions the name Michael and Brittany, and that Gene and Preston were talking to Michael and Brittany, the neighbors. So they go over there on 5/28/2020 at approximately 10:39 hours while conducting additional neighborhood canvasses. Trooper Thomas and I, meaning Mr. Clayton McGarry, made contact with Michael where he advised the following. He heard through the streets that this incident occurred over a stimulus check. Michael was unsure who he heard this information from, but he overheard it while attending a cookout the day after the incident. That's it. That's it. Period. What? Now, there's a ton of people that had camera surveillance up in that area. One of the people was at 111 Moreland Street. Okay. Numerous attempts were made to retrieve the camera footage from 111 Moreland Street with negative results. Why didn't you guys go get a search warrant? This is what this little piece of paper, this report says. Numerous attempts were made to retrieve the camera footage from 111 Moreland Street with negative results. On 5/29/2020, at approximately 1000 hours, Trooper Patrick Thomas and I made contact with the homeowner, Paul Trump. Trump invited troopers in to show them the timeline requested was not recorded. Dude, just this timeline was not recorded. This is the house across from Carlisha fucking Williams. Okay? Upon reviewing the camera footage, the following was observed. The cameras did not record from 5/15/2020, approximately at 8:30. So somebody knew to pull the plug at 8:30. 8:30. 30 minutes before, 8:30. And then they kept the plug pulled until 5/19/2020. The footage from 5/22/2020 to 5/25/20 was also observed to not have recorded. I advised Trooper Nathan Brown, PSP Computer Crimes Unit, of the above information. Trooper Brown maintained the above information could be caused by a failing hard drive, but it is only speculation. Yeah, get it and see what the fuck is up. Somebody purposefully got that shit and this was deleted. This was deleted. Where are the notes from these attempted retrieval dates, you fucks? Why didn't they obtain and check to see if it was deleted? Why would you go off of what somebody says? Why aren't you getting search warrants? Trooper McGeary tries to talk to Melinda's husband, and this takes place on 5/29. Trooper Patrick Thomas and I, McGeary, traveled to 121 Jones Street, Aliquippa, attempting to make contact with Benjamin, Carlisha's stepfather, with negative results. We left our contact information and a note requesting a callback. Remember, you don't have to talk to the police. And this is why the Black community does not talk to the police. And I recommend that the white community starts doing the same fucking things. Okay? Because when you try to help, you get fucked. I attempted to make contact with Carlisha and Melinda via phone to have Benjamin call us with negative results and no callback. On 5/31, I made contact with Melinda via telephone and advised her that I wished to speak with Benjamin. Melinda maintained Benjamin does not want to speak with the troopers. I asked Melinda if PSP could arrive at the residence and asked Benjamin in person to speak with the troopers. Melinda maintained troopers can come to the residence, but Benjamin might not want to talk to the PSP troopers. On 5/31, Trooper Patrick Thomas and I arrived and located Benjamin exiting the residence via the rear porch. Benjamin was advised he did not have to speak with the troopers, but we request he does. Benjamin maintained he wanted his wife, Melinda, present for the interview, to which we advised that was fine. Where is this recorded? Benjamin also maintained he wanted to call his sister before speaking with the troopers, to which we had no objections to. After speaking with his sister and Melinda present, Benjamin reluctantly spoke with troopers. The following was derivative from the interview. Benjamin was home on the night of 5/15/2020. Benjamin was sitting on the back porch of the residence around 11 o'clock, waiting for his wife to come home from work. His wife came home at approximately 11:20 to 11:25. Sometime after his wife came home from work, they heard gunshots. Benjamin confirmed that he got gout medicine and it was delivered to the residence for him. The medication was for his foot. He is unsure who dropped the medication off and what time the medication was dropped off. When he went inside the residence, he went upstairs and his granddaughter brought the medication upstairs to him on 2 different occasions. Benjamin was unable to provide what time his granddaughter brought the medication upstairs to him, but the medication was contained in a paper towel. During the encounter, Benjamin confirmed there are cameras inside the residence. When asked if the cameras were unplugged, information that was provided by Carlicia, Benjamin maintained they could have been off. During the interview, Benjamin maintained he did not know anyone involved in the incident, the victim or the accused, and he just wishes to go to work and stay out of it. No getting people's cell phones, no getting dick, nothing. These cops, no. On 5/21, I received the call data records for Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s cell device. I forwarded those to the Pennsylvania Crime Intelligence Center for analysis. In a day, they got back to him and said, on 5/22/2020, I retrieved the analysis from Jesse Tingler. Tingler related the following, in quotes, the only spreadsheet that had records for the overnight hours were the LTE data records. Usually we don't map data records because they are known to be inaccurate. But because that is all we had, I went ahead and mapped them. The thing with the data records is that the connections may refresh and show the original tower even though the phone is connecting on a different cell site. So just keep that in mind. What? The map is attached to this report. On 5/26/2020, I received the call data records for Pugh's cellular device. I forwarded those to Pennsylvania Crime Intelligence Center for analysis. I received that analysis on 6/2/2020. The map shows that Pugh's cellular device utilized 2 cell towers during the hours of 11 to 3. 11 to 3 a.m. Or I'm sorry, 10 to 3 a.m. I said 2 different cell towers. I said 10 to 3. I said he's in the same area. T-Mobile is unable to trace the type of calls being made. What? Listen to this. During the hours of 10 to 3 a.m., T-Mobile is unable to trace the type of calls being made. The map is attached to this report. Remember what I've been saying this whole time? Who is Tyreek Pugh talking to? Where is Tyreek Pugh? Where is he? Who's he talking to? Who's contacting him? What the fuck is going on? The victim's phone, they're saying T-Mobile is unable to trace the type of calls being made. I sent that to a friend and asked them what they thought about that report. Something else I thought was interesting. On June 10th, So there's supposed to be a preliminary hearing for June 1st, and somehow this preliminary hearing got all the way pushed back to the end of June. On June 10th, 2020, at approximately 2:28 hours, I spoke with Comcast Law Enforcement Help Desk. Tom Stevens regarding information that may be obtained from a search warrant on Comcast. Tom Stevens stated Comcast does not monitor or track incoming or outgoing calls, texts, or data. Stevens stated the only information that could be obtained from a search warrant is IP addresses and owner/billing information. Duh, don't you know that? And then you take that information from the IP address to see who the fuck is in the area and see what the hell's going on over there. Then on June 29th, after the preliminary hearing, because they know that they could not have done this before the preliminary hearing because it would have been blue. So after the preliminary hearing, when Sheldon is held over, like on June 29th, 2020, a search warrant for Google location data was completed. They did not do a Google search warrant until June 29th. This murder was May 15th. June 29th, 2020, a search warrant for Google location data was completed. The search warrant was then approved and signed by Judge Tesla on 6/29/2020 at 3:15 in the afternoon. The search warrant was scanned and transmitted to Google via the Google law enforcement page on 6/29/2020 at 5:25. A Google reference number was assigned to this request, and a confirmation email was received by Google on 6/29/2020 at 5:32. This report shall be updated pending information received from Google. There is no, let me see what that search warrant says from his defense team. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, the next report that's made is on July 5th at approximately 6 o'clock. I received correspondence from Google law enforcement via email. Google stated, after diligent search and reasonable inquiring, we have found no responsive records pertaining to the geographical coordinates for the specified date ranges as outlined in your request. Therefore, we do not have documents responsive to your request. What? Don't you think if you receive this as a defense attorney, you would say, oh my God, let me see this search warrant. What the fuck did you guys put in the search warrant? What are the dates? What are the ranges? What are you guys looking for? And what is Google saying they don't have? You guys, this is unheard of. This is in 2020. You're going to sit here and tell me that Google, this is now, did you ask to see any of this? Did the defense team ask for any of this shit? No. No, they were just accepting this stuff as fact. Oh, see, there's nothing we can do for you, Sheldon. Really? Oh, okay, we'll find out about that. Then, July 21st, approximately at 10 o'clock in the morning, I contacted the Sheets manager, that butcher guy again, to inquire on the previously requested surveillance footage. I need Brandon Wexler's comings and goings. Where is this motherfucker, right? Well, Butcher advised she remembers receiving the requested video but cannot locate it. It is possible it was given to Rochester Police Department due to the Sheets providing them the video. We always work with them a lot. Butcher advised she will continue to look for it. If she is unable to locate it, she will forward another request for the video. On July 21st, 2020, at approximately 10:42 hours, Trooper Zachary Mata, MATA, Pennsylvania State Police Beaver Patrol, took custody of the victim's cell phone and the report generated by the computer crime unit. They then transferred the item to PSP Beaver and relinquished them to me. The cellular phone was placed in the evidence receiving locker along with its packaging. Computer crime report was attached. Wait till you see what this computer crime report says. Unbelievable. This is crazy. Okay. On July 30th, 2020, while preparing items for discovery, it was discovered that the extraction of the 319 Keel Street DVR system was never placed into evidence. After speaking with Assistant District Attorney Jordan Kolalala, or however he says it, Kolalala, I think, it was determined to conduct another extraction of the video footage and place this extraction in evidence in order to release the DVR to the owner as he requested the DVR system back. I don't give a fuck what he requested back. This is a murder investigation. You're not getting anything back. And what do you mean we're going to do another extraction? Where's the first extraction that shows that the cars were arriving at well after noon, well after midnight? You guys, this is crazy. So then they did another extraction. Trooper Nathan Brown conducted the extraction, and this will be narrated on Trooper Brown's homicide action report. The extraction was entered into evidence and enabling the DVR to then be returned to the owner. They returned it to him. This is crazy. On July 22nd, 2020, I requested to extract video surveillance from the below listed DVR, which is in evidence at PSP Beaver. The request was for the dates or times as follows: May 15, 2020 to May 16, 2020 from 9 to 2 a.m. The administrative password was this, blank. For the DVR was provided by the owner. The owner also advised that the surveillance system would be 43 minutes off the real time. How would he know that, you guys? How would this owner just miraculously say, hey, yeah, guess what? That video that you want, it's 43 minutes off. Then the owner says, but don't worry. The owner advised that he has since updated the date and time to reflect the accurate date and time. What? When? But during the homicide incident, the time would be off 43 minutes from the real time. This was an estimated time in minutes by the owner. What? The following information was taken from the DVR. There was camera capacities 8, but he had 2. The system settings, see photographed images. You can see all like the numbers. The system / date and time was compared to the date and time on an iPhone. The date and times matched. You guys, this is all fucking lies. The video surveillance from the DVR was downloaded onto a USB external hard drive, specifically a Kingston whatever. The backup process was left to run overnight due to the slow speed and amount of time it took to copy over the files. So then if the time was already changed and then you did the extraction, it would then reflect the incorrect time that this truly happened. But where's the original extraction though? The one that was done in May. These people don't give a fuck. And nobody, look at 140 people are only watching this because, hey, but we'll break it down some more because I'm going to show you guys what it looks like when you want to talk about when you sign in and out evidence. And this is how I was able to can prove that they never had the two cousins camera footage. And so that's where I'll start off for next time. But this Sheldon Jr. is innocent as fuck. Okay. And a second grader could have gotten Sheldon Jeter Jr. To be viewed that way by a jury. And Santa Cola and McKinney and every single person that was on Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s defense team. I don't know how you sleep at night. I think that you should be disbarred. And as much as the cops suck, and you can ask yourself, do we believe that they were involved in Sheldon's frame job? Well, I 100% believe that, because you're lying about ever looking at camera footage that had a traverse on it, like within an hour of the crime. And then supposedly arriving to a house and say, oh my God, that's the car that I saw. And that's what is giving you, you're like, that's why we stuck around and talked to him. It's all bullshit. There is no probable cause here. Everything should have been wiped, washed, everything. Santa Cola, it makes it look like you got paid twice. It makes Sheldon's family looks like that they're in on this potential setup of Sheldon. And the reason that I named all of this with Aliquippa and Sheldon Jr. Sunset Secrets is because once the sun goes down in Aliquippa, man, run. And if you know, you know. But somebody should be fighting for the truth for Sheldon. And we have all these law tubers out there. And if there's a case that you'd want to like take on and fight, like how you fought for Karen Reed, take this case on. I dare you. I dare you. What, is it too hard? Or what, is the victim not white and a chick? Let's go. See you on the flip side.